It's Sunday, it's the Contender series, and it is time to go. Welcome, friends. It's your boy F. Joined here by Lawler and, of course, Isaac App down the way. And today, we take 8 teams from across the nation and crown a Collegiate Contender champion. Really dummy excited to be here. I think yesterday was a lot of fun taking a look at how these teams kind of like battled it out. And, you know, coming down here, single elimination bracket, going to be a good day.
Today's the big day, man. We're talking $10,000 for first place. That's obviously jumping the gun a little bit, but it's what's important. Obviously, a lot of these teams trying to set a precedent, maybe make some history for their collegiate programs. A lot of fun stuff for us to figure out today.
Absolutely, and this is a big point that we harped on a lot, was that some of these teams, they're not backed by their schools, and some of these teams have already gotten their hands on a little bit of cash, and bringing that back, adding it to your resume means a whole lot. We even interviewed a player like Eugen yesterday. We saw his hands trembling at the fact that he had made it this far. We've seen emotions, we've seen great players, and today it's going to be even better.
That's the beauty of Collegiate. You know, there's no way to miss the passion that's coming down here. There's no way to, like, accidentally miss how into it that these guys are. And we get to kind of make some lifetime memories here for these players, and that's what we're going to do. Yesterday, we started out with 14 collegiate teams from around the nation, and they were all thrown in to the round-robin blender machine. We divided up into 2 groups, and then we just had them go ahead. We took the top 4 from each of those groups, and that's where we wind up today. 8 teams in a single elimination bracket.
Single elimination best of 5s, where we find the good to the great. Again, there's been a lot of upsets, a lot of highs and lows for some of these teams, but today's an even slate for everybody. Everybody has the capability of just one series. Now you're top 4.
Absolutely, and of course, there's a lot of pride on the line, but there's a prize on the line as well, $25,000 in scholarship prizing.
And that is a lot of cash, okay, especially coming from a person who's been to college. You know the struggles. You know what it's like to basically fight for yourself and try to get a little bit of extra cash. This is a lot of money. This really means it proves a lot to your school. It backs the club up. It adds validation to what it is, and they can move and use that as leverage moving forward.
Real talk, that last bit is important. Now, straight up and down, I am not going to diminish the value of the dollar when it comes down to student loans. Let's be real, it's a big deal. But we have some like real grassroots DIY student-run orgs here that don't have the backing of their schools. And how do you get the backing from your school? You bring home $10,000.
You bring the cash back. That's how
to do it.
Money talks, like you said.
Money talks, and so that's absolutely what you wind up having to do. And so let's go ahead and take a look at where these teams are going to wind up doing their stuff today and see how everything is shaking up. Top 8 teams here, and we have UIUC up on top versus MSU. And I want to highlight that real quick because yesterday, out of 14 teams, they were ranked 14th, and then they came out and just bodied the competition, Lawler. So I am very excited to see how they run out today.
Our true underdog story sitting at the #1 overall seed going up against MSU, our team that qualified at the very last moment against Madison. That should be an exciting first round there. But then you look at some of these other ones, PSU versus IU. Those are 1 and 2 in the bracket for our seeding, and they're playing in the first round because things didn't go as they should have last day for them. So again, a lot of things that are going to develop here over the course of today, and the fact that we're covering most of these makes me warm and fuzzy.
And you've also got, you know, Minnesota Twin Cities up against Ohio State, and for me, that matchup is heavily in favor of the Twin Cities, mainly because they went 5-1 in the group stage, the best looking team in my opinion so far. And out of all 4 matches, the one on the bottom, Maryland, up against Rutgers, I think that's going to be the closest one, not only with seeding, but also with skill. They are pretty neck and neck.
I've got to agree. We got a lot of chances to watch Maryland yesterday. They kind of became, you know, one of the main characters of our broadcast yesterday. Not the best, not the worst, just real exciting to kind of watch. So
my boy
definitely
Turtle.
going to keep an eye on that squad. But of course, we are broadcasting live from beautiful Minnesota, the Mall of America Wisdom Studios here. And so Minnesota Twin Cities, that's the hometown team. Yesterday, we had some people here in the studio cheering on their squad, and today they go up against the Ohio State University. Dasan Champy and Liss are going head-to-head against Chaz, Rad, and Mom. And here's the deal with the Ohio State squad. These players, listen, they all came from one team, and now they're on another. They played football, as they would say, over in Europe.
Oh,
yes.
Fancy.
You're so cultured.
There
You're
it
so
is.
cultured.
I'm worldly. What can I say? But they're over there playing football, and now they're playing carball.
Yeah, a lot of exciting things about that, too. We've talked a lot about it yesterday. Mentality, the chemistry, the things that apply, and those real-world skills do translate. And a lot of people also learn those same skills from this and these types of programs. The ability to communicate, build that teamwork, talk about, hey, based on who has it, who's going, all those types of things. I mean, obviously, Turtle, first-hand experience over the course of your career. There's a lot of different changes anytime you plug in just one new player. And in a game like car soccer, where it is 3 people, everyone is so important to that team chemistry.
It makes a big difference. Everybody has so much responsibility. I mean, you're making up a third of the team, a third of the rotations, and then now looking at the roster of the Twin Cities, Rad was the player who clutched it out for them time and time again. He hit a overtime double tap, so if there's a player to watch out for all 3 players, it's going to be Rad. You love to see the name Mom, but for me, I got my eyes on Rad.
Also, last note I want to make here is, of course, thank you for joining us on our broadcast, but each of these squads have their own broadcast working. Twitch.tv/GopherEsports to see what's going on in the Minnesota Twin Cities. And something that they noted themselves is that it's an entirety-run student organization, broadcast, etc. So the players on the field are college kids, the players running the broadcast are college kids. Anything going on is run by the students. And listen, I love that sort of grassroots.
It needs to be emphasized, man. It really does. You talk about some of the negative connotations that come with gaming, and when you are able to take something that is easily transferable, something like collegiate sports, which a lot of people in this nation understand, and you look at esports and go, okay, they're putting on an entertainment. They're some of the best at what they do, and that's all it is to it. People go, okay, they're playing video games. But then I talk about there's people making graphics. There's people running the production. There's people like us casting. There's so many different skill sets that are transferable to real-life positions, and that's not to discredit esports. Esports is definitely some real-life stuff that isn't going anywhere, so I hate to be that guy, but get over it. We're not going anywhere. We're making $1.6 billion in profit this year. You can't lie about that stuff.
Lawler 2024.
I do not want that position. I see how those guys age. Not for me. Not doing it.
Lawler's the pretty boy here. We won't give you any wrinkles whatsoever.
Thanks.
But we have certainly some strong contenders coming and hitting the field right about now. As we said, the hometown squad, Minnesota Twin Cities, they are going head-to-head against the Ohio State. It's Championship Sunday here at the Collegiate Contender Series. Lawler and Turtle will be your commentators, boys. Take it away.
Thank you, Iftat. Jumping into our first game of the playoffs. Let's get it. We're going to best of 5s, and it's going to start off with Liz over the top.
7 seconds in, and we've got an absolute banger. Liz by himself off the ceiling from the sidewall, then air dribbles it over everybody on the defense. I said that Minnesota would be the favorites coming in, but that first goal has me already rethinking everything I've ever said.
A lot of ways to start this game, and no way better for Ohio State University. Going to be up to Minnesota to respond. The home crowd here, a big fan, and rightfully so after the performance yesterday. 5-1, like you said, Turtle. See if they can bring it back. As a shot, it's a slow bounce, and off the post, not where it needs to be. Could have been a dangerous start here for Minnesota, as good challenges so far. Demo on the backfield. Just got to play this one inside. It's popped up high. Is the shot going to be there? This gets beat, so they're able to break down the other way. Good challenges so far in the midfield. But a little bit of downtime and utilizing that space. Champion's getting a secondary touch, and it goes right over the top, but does have midfield boost.
And this is going to be the first best of 5 we've seen on stream and all tournament long, which means there's plenty of time to recover, change your play style. We might see a completely different Minnesota in game 1 versus potentially game 3, or vice versa. Mom is going to go ahead and drop this one off the crossbar. Took it himself, a good bounce, and then a real speedy follow-up.
Dropping this ball off at practice pretty much is what it looks like for Mom. Able to pull up with the minivan, able to put a shot on target. Nobody back on defense.
Wait, no, soccer mom. I don't know why I was saying car mom.
Car soccer mom?
Car soccer mom, that's what it was. My brain was getting confused. But either way, a fancy goal on both sides. They've been solo plays, not much developing in terms of passing you just take it yourself from the midfield, Lawler, and you've got yourself a shooting lane.
Again, a quick response. Heard FDOT talk about it all day yesterday. Slow latency goals, being able to kill that mental and neutralize the feeling coming in. A little bit of confidence here from Chez as he puts a shot on target again.
Where's the defense?
What a good response. He's able to get back in time, but the follow-up too strong here from UMN.
Yeah, we got a good touch as there was a player rotating back in. It was going to be Champy, and then big follow-up from Mom to just recover and punish on a clear that didn't come out. You'd expect somebody to be on the goal line. You need to have somebody rotating in a little bit quicker, but a good start for Minnesota, who now are taking the spot as the favorites. This is what I expected. The first 7 seconds were rough, but after that, they stabilized and found their footing.
Hey, we talked about that response and how important it was, and this is exactly why. You start to go down by a few goals and things might run away. But again, even in a best of 5, the detriment that can happen as things run away, getting in, starting off on the right foot, I think what the stat is, it's something ridiculous in RLCS where it's like 80% of games are won by the team that scores and wins the first game.
Yep.
So again, trying to put yourself on that right foot, as OSU now having to be the one playing on their back foot. It's a good flick by Mom downfield. Should be able to deny that boost and a potential pass chance. It's going to be a bump in front. But List gets underneath it, making a second touch over the sidewall, already waiting his Mom back in the midfield, but a good block. And Mom yet again getting involved.
I think it's all about the defense for Ohio State University. The rotations were a little bit off. Couldn't have somebody rotating in as that last man back. Nobody on the goal line. And it's going to be crucial for them to have clean, deep rotations. Somebody needs to be on the backboard because the offense, the capabilities from Minnesota are on another level. They are top-notch in this tournament. And if your defense can't find the positioning, might as well hang the controllers up, but hold on a second. Don't drop them yet because the shots are coming in Ohio State trying to build momentum. It was one quick shot, but it's back down the other end. They do find a clear, but easily played back by Minnesota.
I think that summarizes it well, Turtle. You talk about how it's easily cleared right back downfield. That's been the difference here playing for Minnesota. The ability to, with all their touches on defense, it's strong to the outside. It's not lingering in front of their net. And then the other side, they alleviate that pressure quite quickly with a big booming clear. But it's up to Rad, the one that you called the name for, able to solo play it, force a 50. Should set up his teammate. As this one actually redirects back towards the net. Doesn't matter. The team is there to support it. And it's a good shot on target. Pressure again for Minnesota. As one after another, someone is there. And Mom with the hat trick.
And you feel bad for Champy because he had a good read. He was in the proper position, but too slow to recover. Look at him. He's coming out of the net. He was in the right spot. I said I wanted to see somebody on the goal line, but reacted way too slow. Couldn't get in front of it. And Mom is waiting patiently, able to get the 4th goal under 2 minutes to go. 3-goal lead for Minnesota. They have taken this game by storm and done it in quite consistent fashion. After the first 7 seconds, it's been them stuck on offense, getting good clears. And one thing we don't talk about too much, Lawler, is the accuracy of their clears. What I learned early on from competing was that if you clear to the sidewall, it's over because there's always somebody rotating there from the opposition. You want to have big, strong clears down the middle and find a teammate, and Mom will find his 4th goal. This man cannot be stopped.
You talk about the importance of it, and you see a prime example here. It's just floating in front of their own net. You have to find a way to get behind that.
Yeah.
Played into open space, that's a lot of time, too. There's too many, even still now at the high-level play, where when people boom it downfield, there's a person waiting on that sidewall, and it's immediately cleared. You think you're alleviating pressure. You think you're getting a breather.
Yeah. You're just giving it away.
But it just comes right on back, and that pressure doubles down, and you're out of position now. There's a lot of detriment to it. On the other side, too, if you can't, open space is a good way to go. But what a response, a pass in field, and then Desan. What a shot.
I want to get messy on the field. I want this to turn into, as we've been talking all tournament long, more chaos. Bring the chaos. 3 goals in under a minute. It's possible, okay? Rocket League, there's flipping eggs in the stadium. Nothing is supposed to be normal, okay? We need 3 goals in under a minute, Lawler. It has to happen.
I still stay awake at night thinking about what the lore is behind this game, and they won't share
Bro,
it.
why wouldn't they?
Like, are there eggs inside of the car? Are they driving?
I don't know.
Is it people? Is
there
like a...
yes. Yes. The eggs in the stadium have got to be hyped at this moment. The 3rd goal in favor of Ohio State University. A big miss off the backboard. Rad, he's usually the player who is icing it up. Got the OT double tap yesterday. Comes out with a whiff off the backboard, and There is room to grow for Ohio State. 40 seconds left, 2 goals needed.
2 goals and a lot of time to play with. But can they respond? They've been able to do it multiple times over on Minnesota, where it seems like every time OSU has an option, it gets stopped immediately. A good challenge in the midfield by Champion. Should be able to turn on that one with the help of his teammate.
Yes.
And it's a good challenge by Desan.
I want the chaos.
Over to Liz. We saw an air dribble earlier. Can they do it again? It's a pass over to the
Champion.
midfield. And a back one down. I thought that was actually going to be for Champion, but Champion getting called off. Good communication so far. So final 10 seconds. Need to find a goal here to give themselves a chance to play
score right here.
time.
Right here.
Pass upfield. Champion on target, but the near post covered well. And that should do it as this one eventually hits the ground. It is going to be Minnesota with game 1.
A big roller coaster of emotions. Started out heavily in favor of Ohio State University, then swapped it up to Minnesota, who dominated the middle half of that game. And right there in the final minute, Ohio State whiffing off the backboard, couldn't collect themselves on defense, and it shifted back to the other side, which means game 2 is up for grabs. Both teams now sitting, I'd say, at the exact same level because of how game 1 went.
Yeah, I think it's really important, obviously, to think about when we go all the way back. First goal is scored. It's really quick.
Yeah.
It's an air dribble. Goldfish mentality. You know what? We are the better team. It's fine. They come back. They score 3 unanswered.
I have a question. I'm kind of an idiot. So what does goldfish mentality mean?
Goldfish have really short-term memory.
Okay.
So something happens, immediately forget
So it's
about it.
ideal to think like a goldfish.
Exactly.
Because then you forget
ever seen Ted Lasso?
any of the L's. Who?
Ted Lasso, have you seen that show?
The Southern coach guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have seen like commercials for it.
You should watch it.
But it's one of those things where you get so many commercials of something that you just instinctively don't want to watch it. And I haven't seen too many.
This is me advocating for it. You would love it.
Okay. I'll have to tune in. And now I'm tuning into Liz. This man hit the goldfish mentality. He forgot about everything that just happened in the first game. And within the first 10 seconds, Ohio State know how to get things done.
Something about them off kickoffs excites me a little bit. The ability for them to kick that back, get possession, and then punish it. They had 2 players downfield on that kickoff.
Yeah.
I'm curious on how hard of a cheat that really was.
They have confidence in their kickoffs. They're like, all right, let's send the house. We know you're going to win the 50-50. They must know something that I don't, because I lose literally every kickoff I go for. Not sure how they've cracked the code. Minnesota are also wondering what's going on, what's wrong with their kickoffs.
Something to pay attention to if we have another one. But if I'm OSU, I'm happy if we don't. I'm okay with a 1-0 lead and closing it out in a close one. Either way, good pass. It's going to recover it back. Gets bumped out of the way and going to have to use that boost to recover. Should be able to rotate back in, but another shot of response. Bar down and in. OSU, 2-goal lead, 30 seconds in.
And this is a big change because Minnesota were easily able to respond after the first 7 seconds in game 1, but then game 2 comes out and Ohio State continue on their tear. The second goal falls in favor of themselves. Blue team looking strong as ever, and they're carrying the momentum they left in game 1.
No kickoff goal this time. Looked like there could have been one because the cheat actually was a whiff. Would have been a difficult one. But off the side wall, stick on the back line, still recovered well by Liz. Fortunately for him, pinches out of the way. Pass downfield, a quick redirect, no one in the midfield. Hoping to take that one solo most likely, but now has to dodge them. We'll get a little bit chippy for this one.
I see what they were going for. Champy was the 3rd man back and didn't want to extend too far. There was a good 50-50 from Desan. Could not find it. Hit the post and out, but the pressure relentless from Ohio State. Another shot from the corner. Follow-up after follow-up. Then Champy as the 3rd man is trying to keep and hold the pressure. He's doing a good job of deciding when to and when not to commit. It's resulted in more and more pressure. Shez, though, doesn't get the follow-up. Off the crossbar, accuracy playing both teams. Good looks.
I mean, you talk about and want to elaborate on that. The decision-making that's been done so far by Minnesota has actually been really stellar.
Yeah.
The decisions of when and when not to go makes a big difference, and it allows them to be in those positioning. When they were up and they scored those 5 goals, a lot of it was because of that patience, the ability to slow it down, but now multiple pressures coming in. Mom's going to have to rotate out. Maybe could have got a little bit overzealous for that one if they wanted to go up, but now, because they don't, in position, shot on target. Plenty of defense here from OSU. As a little bit of aggression on the back end, it is going to be a save. Could have been an opportunity.
All right.
Slow play in front of the net, and Liz yet again Looking good here from OSU.
Yeah. And I'm excited to take a look at this replay because we had 2 players from Minnesota push out. I'm wondering, where was the third man? I couldn't see. The player did not get demoed. Nobody decided to rotate back. Either one player has to stay on the goal, or you rely and trust that a third man is coming through, and there was nobody in position for Minnesota. 3 goals to Ohio State. This has been a good start that we saw in game 1, but they've continued the pressure, continued to hold on to the momentum, and that is a big key difference in game number 2.
A little bit panicky here for Minnesota. They looked so collected in that first game after dropping 1. But we talk about trying to reset that mentality, trying to bounce back, but with 3 unanswered, it's been tough. And from the looks of it, doesn't look like OSU is going to slow down anytime soon. Another shot by the wayside as it's thrown the other way. Champion up high, going to play it in the midfield, but met first by Minnesota.
It just seems like the depth isn't there for Minnesota that there was in game 1. A lot of these touches are just boomed to the backboard, hoping that there's going to be a mistake coming out of Ohio, but Ohio has proven in this game alone that the defense is going to be a brick wall, not making any mistakes, barely any rotation lapses, or lapses in rotation rather, and because of it, Minnesota, they have to control the ball more and find better shots. The accuracy isn't there. There was an opportunity, missed high and wide, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, Minnesota remain flat.
Civic phone here, it's up high, and touches in there, good recovery. Does play to the sidewall and gives it a chance to go in, but it does feel like Minnesota has lost a bit of their composure. They're a little bit more panicky on defense.
This is it though, this is it, Lawler.
What a breakaway, a chance to put it in, and it's gonna be a wide open net for Chez. 1 minute left and a chance for the Twin Cities.
And what Ohio was doing so well was knowing when to challenge as that third man, and Champy did not follow through with the habit that he's been keeping for the first 4 minutes, and that's being decisive, knowing which challenge he should go for. In that situation, he should have held off, not gone for it, played the safer route. You're already in the lead by 3 goals. Now you've given Minnesota one slight chance, a little bit of hope to maybe come back in this game, but with Liz doing all this work, it doesn't look like it's gonna be possible. A save has come out, but Minnesota wasting more boost, wasting more time off the clock.
Could have been the nail in the coffin there. But a good save by the defense of Minnesota keeps it in. 30 seconds remaining, pass downfield, chance for a redirect. It doesn't connect. You see Mom starting to cheat up, trying to go for boost, and a lot of people kind of get confused by that, but it's actually better for the person with 0 boost to move out of rotation.
Oh yeah.
Because with no boost, you're not able to jump up, make those saves, so go put a body in the way, and Liz gonna get the hat trick. That should tie up this series, Turtle.
Yeah, you're talking about no boost. Champy, he had plenty of boost in the tank and was able to fake out the player in the corner, the defender from Minnesota, who went early on for a challenge, a bit too eager there. And this is it. Game 2 has been a completely different story than game 1. And this is a best of 5, which I'm excited for because we get to see Minnesota adapt. This isn't a match point anymore. They might have lost the momentum. Still waiting to see who's going to put this game on match point, all tied up. This ball eventually will hit the ground, and Ohio State will have their first win.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at the scorelines from both of these and see such contrast. Normally we get kind of a more one-sided affair early on in series, but in this one, it's the complete antithesis between these different versions. So I don't know what to really make of it because it's tough to find a pattern, right? Like OSU, like you completely turn it around in such a convincing way. And I don't know if it's due to the nerves coming in and Minnesota's just like, I feel unsettled because it was panicky. Some of those defensive touches, some of the shots were a little bit forced, but when they connect, they look incredible. The only goal they got was a slow roller in an open net.
Yeah, I think they just got a little bit lazy. After game 1, they were putting in really a lot of work to make those goals happen, create opportunities, and in game 2 it felt like they were just waiting on the back end and thinking, okay, Ohio State's probably going to make a mistake. They did make that one mistake that you were talking about where they were able to get a slow roller in, but besides that, they weren't forcing the issue. They weren't pressing on, and that created a lot of space for Ohio State to hold it down on defense. They didn't have to extend too much with the rotation because nothing crazy was happening. It was kind of like a soda that got left out in the sun for like 2 weeks. That's what Minnesota's offense felt like in game 2.
It's pretty gross.
Very flat.
That's, I think,
probably a little bit of bacteria too in there. But, you know,
probably get that checked out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, all you have to do is just put it back in the bottle and shake it up, okay? Minnesota, how are you going to shake it up on offense? Maybe get some demos, go for something a bit more aggressive. You've got to put everything on the line. There's $10,000 waiting for you if you get first place, and this is a single elimination playoff bracket. You lose this series, you're done.
I got to check just for health and safety concerns. You're not drinking any soda that's been out in the sun for 2 weeks, right?
We can talk about that later, okay? I'm not going to lie. There's some certain soda brands that might taste a little bit better if you leave them out in the sun for 2 or 3 weeks. I don't advise anybody does it. My stomach is kind of strong and resilient. But I won't give away my secrets. Just Lawler, if you ever come to my house, do not drink any of the soda in the pantry without being properly prepped.
I will stick to water, my guy. Okay. A little bit worried about that. Also, everybody in chat, make sure you guys hydrate, stand up, stretch up. It's gonna be a long one. Either way, 4 minutes. First minute gone on by. A lot of back and forth. A little bit cleaner on the offense here, I will say, for Minnesota in that first minute. And a lot of it has to do with challenging in that midfield. You talked about looking flat. That midfield was wide open for them, so being a bit more aggressive, winning these challenges, leading to a better opportunity. That one's lofted up high, but no follow-up. Luckily, Rad was able to come sweeping in and help out. Flip reset over the top of one. Can you get the secondary touch? It's a good save, but that was almost it. OSU getting mechy with it.
And that's the creativity that we haven't seen out of Minnesota for the past now 2 games. There's been cool creative solo plays from Ohio State. They're also passing across the midfield. Minnesota will throw one player forward and now a double commit. And look, let's see what Mom does. Okay, he's going to go for one flip reset. Doesn't have the space to work with. And then Rad is going to go off the backboard, but there's somebody there. You've got to get more creative. It's so one-dimensional, very linear plays from Minnesota. I'd like to see them not only stretch the field more, but do something that's unpredictable because Ohio State, the defense is simply too good. You've got to mix it up, Law.
Yeah, on the other side of that too, I'm okay if they go for that initially. After the game they had last one, just try to get back into a groove with it because we saw pretty much no offense from them. And the follow-up is there. You have to put that one away. That may come back to bite you, but the pressure has been there. So initially, while I do think they could be more creative and it does look a bit stagnant, I think the fact that they are getting pressure, they are winning challenges, throwing in some mechanics has been really good. If they sustain the offense, eventually one should go in. But at the end of the day, you still gotta hit the shot at Chez. There you go, following it through. They strike first here in game 3.
And there's the sustained offense you were talking about, Lawler. If you keep this ball in the other half, you will take boost, you will make them waste a lot of their own boost, and one opportunity will arise. It does for Minnesota. They score with just a little bit under half the game left, and that's got to be rejuvenating after a really difficult and rough game 2.
Yeah, it's good to see them starting to feel a little bit. I think there might have been a conversation on that team saying, hey, things aren't going well, you know, be a bit selfish with it. Force these guys out of position because they were beating us to the ball in every capacity. We start challenging a bit better in the midfield. Someone on top of the ball, I can read that a little bit easier, and these challenges on the defensive side going to keep them alive. But Chez deciding to slow it down. Smart play, forcing a 50 there. And the cutoff, Rad feeling confident in it. Getting challenged out as well. It's a good challenge by Mom. Should have to recover quickly. The wave dash not going to close that gap in time, but still, offense here from Minnesota looking so much better in game 2.
Yeah, and they're more organized. They have one player rushing, now taking boost. This is what I wanted, something that's a little bit layered from Minnesota. They're taking boost, going up for 50-50s, and even if they don't win the 50-50, at least you've taken the booster, potentially gotten a demo. Good interception, however, on the side of Ohio State, trying to make use of this corner, but Rad says he doesn't want any part of it and is going to try and take it away. Good 50s, and for what seemed like a lot of pressure from Minnesota, we've gotten kind of a 180. Ohio State have found their rhythm, found a pattern, but haven't gotten a goal because of it.
Just can't find a way to break through that midfield, but an infield pass here. Just kind of thrown to the side. So this is a chance for OSU. It's in front of the net, but it's booming clear downfield. No boost behind it. Doesn't matter. Rad refills. Shot underneath. It's a wide open net. It just can't stretch long enough. An open net, a pass was there, but can't connect. So it could have been a 2-goal lead. OSU could be counting their graces on that one.
Yeah, and that might actually be a moment we will come back and will come back to haunt Minnesota if Ohio State managed to tie it up. They almost had a second goal. The security net, the safety net would have been granted. But I guess it's not going to matter if you can just hold this pressure like they are now. Minnesota off the backboard, going for a bump, connects, Then it was wide open. There's another follow-up that's not as open, not as clean of a shot, but you're wasting time. But hold on a second, Ohio State have found a clear, and they might just find the tying goal. A 50-50 goes across the net. They've got to keep it up off the sidewall into a 50-50, and this ball will hit the ground. Minnesota fight back and win game number 3.
Talking about a game that's probably a bit more telling between these two rosters, a ton of offense from Minnesota. Yeah. We heard about it. We didn't get to see too much of it on broadcast yesterday, but there's a reason why they were 5-1. That offense is deadly. So much pressure. You think about what that scoreline could have been if they put away those shots. You're talking at least 3 on target that should have went in. It should have been probably a 4-0 there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been more organized too, and the flat soda theory no longer exists for them. It felt like they actually were able to buy a new soda at the grocery store.
Man,
came out, and they were taking boost. They were going off the backboard, finding spots where Ohio State wasn't infiltrating themselves, and it was bouncing off the backboard, giving them opportunities. Now they have forced the issue. We are on match point for Minnesota Twin Cities.
Again, some things don't change though, and it's OSU on kickoffs, able to apply the initial pressure as they find themselves immediately transition back down the other way. Good challenge off that side wall and a redirect. Good find there, finding each other in that midfield. Quick counterattacks might be the way to put some immediate pressure on the defense of Minnesota, maybe stop them from that offense so quickly.
Big demo.
But a big demo, like you said, on rotation does allow them a little bit of time. As we take a look most likely at some of the other matches around the league, and this one going to 5, MSU and UN, or I can't even read that, I can't even say it. Thank you. Where's that thought when you need them? It's the E-I-E-I-O of the group, and it turns us all into Ronald McDonald. I don't know what to do.
UIUC, that's my team for this tournament, and they have been pushed to Game 5. I wonder how Eugen's doing on MSU. Maybe he's been the star player, or we've got some other, but or
that's
somebody
your 1
else.
seed versus your 8 seed coming into the bracket based upon results. Going to 5, that's what we love to see. We'll have to check in with them later.
This is College Rocket League, ladies and gentlemen. You never know what's going to happen. We are scouting for the next best player. A lot of these teams and individuals gunning for RLCS. Got the potential. But back to this matchup, Minnesota on match point. Ohio State looking good on defense. They're getting themselves out of it. They're looking for shooting lanes. There was one opportunity missed, but as long as it keeps coming, you will find something that will be and prove to be fruitful.
Double backed on that rotation, and a good one that he did. Liss originally made that initial challenge, goes and grabs their corner, and immediately floods back in to apply some pressure. That's kind of stuff you need to see from OSU. That initial follow-up needs to be there so they can sustain. Because as soon as Minnesota gets out of their midfield and they start applying that rotational pressure, OSU's been kind of trapped. So again, a good start here. We've been talking about that bounce back, the ability to finally kind of change that narrative. And to get one here in the first 2 minutes.
And it wasn't off of a kickoff in the first 6 seconds.
Right.
Which is rare now for OSU, I've come to find. They continue their amount of pressure. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Minnesota. This is very reminiscent of Game 2. They win the previous game and then they get stagnant. It's like they kind of get into a comfortable rotation where the flat soda comes out again. I don't like talking about it, but I got to keep bringing it up. Lawler, this is not flat soda. Come on.
I don't know, man. I think more the concern for me is, despite OSU having the lead right now, 75% of their goals have been made by Liss. That doesn't give you enough credit, obviously, to the people setting it up, but there's been numerous times where I think some of these other guys could have scored as another 50-year Champy.
Put some respect on Champy's name. You see that?
A good touch, but you got to be careful here. This is the pressure that Minnesota's potentially looking for. A good effort by Liss, able to get 2 touches, brings that back the other way. It's a pass inside.
Look at Champy.
No one's there, but either way, able to find a way. Let's keep it on the other side. A little bit more pressure on this half could be it, but a breakaway potential. It's a demo, and it's played into the corner. Could have put that one on target, maybe applied a chance, but does get kicked right back.
Oh, man. Rad had a good look on net. He was going for a solo dribble, and then Ches just smacked it out of his own hands. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about organization and communication from Minnesota. It's not as clean after they win a game. Not sure why. Not sure what's going on. It looks like we might go to Game 5. OSU strong on defense. But as I say that, I might just cast a curse at Rad. More attempts as a solo play unfolding. 0 goals to their name. They've got to get one soon, or we will go the distance.
Thought you would have learned your lesson from those torn broadcasts, Turtle, but apparently not. Either way, about a minute left remaining, only up by 1. Still plenty of time for both these rosters. As Ches going to deny this corner boost as he rotates through. Slow rotation as well, very patient, just kind of hovering, waiting for it to maybe trickle back towards him. Now Ches gonna wait for this touch. It's actually a mistake.
What?
They can't find the demo, and ironically enough, it works out really well.
How did that work out? The bounce must have been perfect. It was open. Ches, though, had a good rotation to cut it off. OSU got away with the murder. They missed the save. It bounced off the crossbar, and there was still enough time to have somebody rotate in and get a clear. 30 seconds remaining. That's all that separates us from Game 5.
OSU would love to bring it to 5. Can they hold on? Pressure on their behalf. It's a shot. It's far post, and Liss again. Another goal that now makes 7 out of 9 goals for Liss.
Liss does not stop, but look at the setup. Look at the follow from Desan, who got a 50-50 off the top of the dome and out. Liss, you got to credit his striking, but still, we want to credit the supporters behind him. But of course, none of this would be possible if you're not executing. Big MVP performance from Liss, 10 seconds remaining. 2 goals needed for Minnesota. I don't think it's going to be possible, especially with this 50-50, unless it somehow goes in. Okay, a good drop down attempt, but it's not going to work out. We get Game 5 between these two teams.
Back to neutral play. Both teams have taken 2 games as we go to Game 5, and you kind of try to look at the trend of what this series has been, and it was a really high-scoring affair early on. Started to slow down a little bit, but 2 back-to-back games now for the opposing. It's a little troublesome being shut out like that. Both teams have had and been susceptible to it. It seems like it's very momentum-heavy. When you look at both these squads, it's like, all right, we're up, we're feeling good, everything's fine, and it's free-flowing. And the team really on the backside starts to fall apart.
Yeah. Well,
panicky, bad rotations. It's pretty crazy how one-sided it becomes.
It's like the momentum in that individual game, I agree, but the previous game doesn't matter at all because we've been exchanging blows. We had Minnesota destroying the first game. Ohio State bounced back in the second. Then Minnesota destroys in the third game. What happens in the next one? Ohio State's going to bounce back. Back and forth. And for me, Minnesota, I think have looked the best. Like the highest peak for Minnesota has looked better.
Their ceiling
than
has
Ohio
been
State.
incredible, but I worry about that base level and what it can become, especially if OSU starts off with a shot like this from Champion. He's going to play it off the ceiling. The follow-up cleared away. Those are the ones you got to put down, but again, a good counterattack, they put it right back on offense.
Minnesota, they live in like a 40-story apartment building, but they're playing from the basement, so they have the highest ceiling possible. Meanwhile, Ohio State, they're in like a 2-story house, but they're playing on the roof. That's what it feels like to me. Their baseline is higher.
Keep eye contact with me. Don't look at that check-in because it's going to make you hurt a little bit.
No, what?
Unfortunate for you that Illini is going
My
home.
boys.
MSU does take
but
it
also
at 5.
Eugen's a legend, and so is Rad. There's so much happening right now. My dopamine levels have been pushed to the ceiling. I don't know what's going on. The Illini lost. Eugen's also taking a dub, so I'm happy. Then Rad comes in, who's just apparently a different breed in Game 5 when his back is against the wall. Lawler, what is there to make of this?
Got a clutch when it matters most. Again, we talk about from the good becoming the great. Doing it in the biggest moments is a way to separate yourself, and Rad does it here. An important first goal, and unfortunately, obviously, the favorites for you send their bags back. Congratulations to MSU on moving forward.
That's a huge win.
After closing it out. Remember, they had that Game 5 OT yesterday, our last match of the day, to make it to this point. So
Eugen's probably shaking again.
The semifinals.
We saw Eugen's hand shaking after the interview. He's definitely feeling something else right now. Dude is tweaking, but you know he's going to be happy, and hopefully we can get an interview with another player at the end of today, and we'll see just what the emotions are going to be like from the champion. Walking away with $10,000, and that's what's on the line in this series. You have to move on in the playoff, otherwise you're moving home. No second chances, all tied, or not tied up, excuse me, all tied up in the series, but Game 5 is in favor of Minnesota.
Again, single elimination today. If you guys are just joining us, this is the quarterfinals of the Collegiate Contender series.
You gotta get a touch, you gotta get a touch.
Shot in front of the net, it's Ches. 2-goal lead here for Minnesota.
Ohio State, you have to get a touch on the backboard. Champy was looking for it, didn't have the proper read. He assumed Minnesota was going to flick it off the backboard, but that slow play, that slow approach, super effective against the defense of Ohio State, who was panicking.
Good touch around, but Ches trying to move up on that one, actually gets bumped out of the play, so a chance here from OSU. Into the corner, secondary touch, it's towards the net, and a good challenge. Again, a lot of times people stay hesitant on those, but you have to put a body in the way to give yourself a chance. Love to see no hesitation on that attack. Has good midfield pressure. OSU up high. This one's going to drop straight down, but it's a little bit too far wide. Can they loft it up? It's immediately challenged again. Something that we weren't seeing out of Minnesota in their losses, especially when they were down. Was the ability to go in the midfield. As multiple attempts here from OSU, a little bit too far. Those need to be towards the net instead of over the net. Easier said than done. But coming together here, a little bit of teamwork clears the ball away.
And it feels weird to get into a series where things are actually following a pattern. This is Minnesota regaining their lead, taking the game back into their own hands when they previously had just lost and were flat on offense. It's like if Rocky and Creed were just standing and purposely giving each other one punch and then be like, okay, no, now it's your turn. You attack me. But in this situation, Minnesota were able to swing
would
first.
Watch that. I would definitely watch that.
I would too. It'd be pretty entertaining, just as this match is entertaining in and of itself. Game 5, 2 minutes to go, a little bit under. We need something, some kind of pizzazz from Ohio State. Anything special. Get a demo. Get physical. This is your last chance. Game 5, you're down by 2 goals. You have to make something work.
Well, a pass play in field off the backboard. Where's the follow-up shots there? But
goodness.
A good save. Getting up and meeting it on that back line. It's not just that. They're able to bring it back down the other way. A double demo on the back end. A lot of midfield space to work with.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Entire
There's the
team
demos.
removed. What are they going to do with it? They respawn there, low boost. Can they turn it into something? And it's a pass in the midfield. No one in the right position. And after a triple demo, nothing. And now they're on their back heel.
I just want some chaos, and Mom is going to continue on the trend of Minnesota scoring 3 goals, and Mom is going to be the one scoring the 3rd one. That is basically the exact same play that happened for goal number 2. The same spot off the backboard. OSU couldn't get the proper prediction, and now Minnesota lead by 3.
Tough play by Deshaun there, near post and up against the back wall. Talk about defensive rotations, being able to move through on that back post so you can have pressure and power coming through that hit, but unfortunately it does center. And of course, Minnesota, the patient on offense when they're up with the lead. Able to punish, but backboard drops down. Rat is up, and it's a big clear away by Ches. The final 40 seconds coming to picture. Can they find a touch when everything is being challenged up high by Mom?
Champions.
And there's another one. That midfield presence finally there for Minnesota consistently.
Woo! They've got to score. They have to score on this drive. If this ball passes the midfield line again, I think that's the end for Ohio State University. Liz, keep it forward. Champion's got to put that in. He doesn't. It goes to the corner. There's 16 seconds remaining. Minnesota can smoothly and calmly ride this one out. It does pass the midfield line, and you see the countdown happen in front of your eyes on the screen. This is Minnesota moving on to the semifinals.
Our favorite team coming into the bracket today, not going to be sent home early. Congratulations to Minnesota. They are on to the semifinals where we'll see them later. But a back and forth affair here. Obviously, every game alternating. So I talked about that stat at the beginning. 80% more likely to win when you win that first game. Minnesota does, continues their trend, and they punch their ticket into the next round.
That's how important it is to just start things off strong, because you immediately know that you have what it takes to take down the other team. We had good looks from Ohio State University. Weirdly patterned gameplay here, and now we have F. joining us again. That was one of the weirdest Rocket League matches I think I've seen. I don't like when things have structure. I don't like it. I want it to just be crazy.
But it was structured, but like chaos structure as well. Like it was super back and forth. It was really weird.
It was.
It was fun to watch at the end of the day. And, also shout-outs to the hometown team doing what they've got to do.
Maybe they're thinking about the crowd that was cheering them on, hyping them up.
I mean, that's the thing. That type of stuff absolutely energizes you. We talk about these players kind of having this experience and what that's like. And I think, yeah, absolutely. It feels good knowing the world's behind you. And here you had Ohio State trying to get on top here, but at the end of the day, Ches and everybody here from Minnesota really stood up tall.
I think Mom did well too. Mom seemed to be a big impact player, especially in that last game, coming through and securing the win. Also winning a lot of 50-50s off the kickoff was OSU. They scored within the first 7 seconds of the first 2 games. They lost the first one, unfortunately for them, but were able to have a good showing, and you have to respect them for at least keeping up the pace with the favorites coming into this tournament.
You then look at Game 3 as well, and you're going to see kind of a really interesting dynamic change from Minnesota. They get smacked kind of in Game 2, and then they start working on a bunch of solo plays. They start carrying the ball themselves, and they're having an issue challenging in the midfield. They're having an issue getting beat to the ball. But by taking solo plays, you now have the other team respecting the fact that, shoot, I have to go up for this. I have to make a play. And eventually becomes this consistent offense that we were once missing. So we then got it. I talked about, hey, you were like flat soda, this and that. I'm like, but sustained offense, this may turn into something.
It
and it finally did.
They kept it going. Like, I do agree, if you can keep sustained offense, ultimately it's better than just having like a player who's Justin and going to go for one crazy flip reset. Like, that's the smarter and more consistent play, especially up against an Ohio State team that doesn't have a defense that can properly read you every time like this from Champion. You couldn't get the proper prediction, and because of it, he fell short. And that was just a dominant Game 5 from the Twin Cities.
With that victory, Minnesota's going to go ahead and move on. They find themselves in the semifinals, and they will be going head-to-head against MSU. A little bit of a, I don't know if it's an upset, but it is in my mind because of how impressive UIUC, the Illini guys, were yesterday. For my money, Turtle, the most impressive team on the field. And so to see MSU pull it out, I'm not going to say I'm surprised, but I am... Okay, I am going to say I'm surprised.
Someone needs to check out Eugen, though. Like, just for his heart rate purpose and everything else. We saw what happened when they qualified yesterday. Now they're in top 4. The prizes, the stakes, everything heightens quite a bit. So congratulations to them. But Twin Cities looking good.
Absolutely. And, you've got a couple of matches on the way. PSU is going to play IU. And then our next feature match, we're going to go all the way to the bottom. We're going to check out Maryland versus Rutgers. And so I think a little bit of surprise to see Illini not make it through. Yeah. Not surprised whatsoever to see Minnesota do it.
I mean, that's typical. They were so good in the group stage. 5-1, came out here looking like the best team in the tournament. Even with Penn State being the one team who made it to CRL Worlds, we still had all that respect and credit given to the Twin Cities. And I like the next matchup because Maryland and Maryland and who are they up against? Rutgers. That's what it is. Maryland and Rutgers. We haven't even seen Rutgers on the stream yet. That's what I'm excited for because we've been scouted. We've been seeing everybody else. We've got our eyes on Mom. We got our eyes on Eugen. Now Rutgers come out here, and who's it going to be? Anxiety, Aquario, Puppet. Those 3 players we get to experience and see if there's a pop-off.
Definitely want to see new faces up here. Excited to get Rutgers up on stream and going head-to-head against this University of Maryland. So, Turtle Spice and JD Knight, again, feel free to join them, twitch.tv/Terps Esports. This is sort of the opposite of what we were talking about before. There's some students that have to kind of run their own stuff. Terps, this is a real big support structure that Maryland has, and that support can really change the way that you jump in.
Well, there's a lot backing it, too, because now you've got the support. It feels more legitimate, and there's a reason. Now, I think Maryland, if you have that support, there's going to be more practice put into this. If you've got the school backing you, you've got a program that does back you, you're going to think in your mind, okay, we've got to show up. We've got people who are expecting things from us, and because of that, the practice, the preparation should be on another level for Maryland.
On the other side of that, though, that expectation can cause unwanted pressure. Right. At the same time, some people will say that pressure turns things into diamonds. So I am hoping to see that kind of play, but on the other side for Rutgers, this is kind of a fun one that they sent over. All the guys were just talking about smoothies in their little questionnaire. So if they get a sweep here, if they go 3-0, Smoothies on their coach, Goopy.
I like how I was talking about like preparation, but I think that's the greatest preparation. If you're offering incentives like a free smoothie and every scrim you don't drop a game in, that's a dub. I'm fighting for that. I'm going to put 110% in practice.
That's how we get Lawler to cast. We just promise him a smoothie after cast.
Honestly, it would work. I'm definitely a sweets guy, but smoothies, they hit different.
Greatest smoothie flavor, go. 3, 2, 1, and what first in your head?
Black raspberry.
Blue raspberry. Is that a smoothie flavor?
Not blue raspberry, black raspberry. Blue raspberry is like a icy.
Yeah.
You know? And ices are good. Does that not count as a smoothie?
It's a cold smoothie.
But it's a smoothie nonetheless.
Are your smoothies just like balls of ice that you...
Dude, I don't even know what. I just like going to the movie theater, getting a blue raspberry smoothie, and sitting my feet up, okay? And I'm about to sit my feet up and watch some great Rocket League.
I don't think Turtle knows what a smoothie is. That's what I found out through this.
He does either. But in any event, we certainly have a movie coming at you right now. As we said, taking the field right now is the bottom side of our quarterfinals. Put your hands together. It's going to be Maryland versus Rutgers. Lego.
Maryland versus Rutgers. One team we're quite familiar with here, Turtle. On the other side, a team we haven't gotten to quite see. So excited to see how this one develops. Going to keep my expectations low and just let them surprise me. But one we're going to keep an eye on is Turtle, as he has one off the post. It's a good save, but a dangerous one at that, as multiple shots coming in already for UMD.
And the wise words of F. Maryland are like the main characters we have followed alongside throughout this event. We have witnessed a lot of great moments, a lot of somewhat low moments, but in the playoff bracket, things can change. Turtle, the man repping the golden name, had a lot of solo plays, backboard double taps, individual highlights, and here he is again by himself. It was a pass from JD Knight, but for whatever reason, the net was wide open. Where was the defense, Law?
Answers the call. You got one going backboard and actually backing off of that. Not sure if there was a miscommunication or a breakdown on defense, but again, Maryland's going to be happy about it. As in the first 40 seconds, they're the first to strike. We talked about the importance of that opening game, but pressure from Rutgers right off the kickoff. And stopped out by Maryland. Should have some follow-up potential play, a little bit of disconjointed offense. And a chance to punish here from Rutgers.
And since we haven't seen Rutgers on the mainstream, I genuinely have no idea how they play. I don't know what their play style is. I don't know if there's a specific individual I should be watching out for. So I'm excited as this best of 5 goes on to get to see what they're made of, what they're capable of, if they're a team that relies a lot on these midfield passes, or they're going to have a player similar to Maryland where there's somebody like Turtle who can just take the game into his own hands, pop off himself. Maybe we get that anxiety, looking for a solo play himself. Does go for the midfield pass, but it's intercepted quickly by Maryland.
Doesn't seem like mechanics are an issue. Aquario double flip reset, make it 2 back-to-back. And then, again, an infield pass. So, it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of get that ball rolling. The mechanics are definitely there. The ability to extend plays, which is really good in these kind of circumstances. But positionally, do they have the ability to rotate cleanly? Do they have the ability in a good spot at a good time? As challenges right in front of the net.
My question to you, Lawler, is do you think it's a good idea and strategy for Rutgers to try and play man coverage on Turtle? I mean, he's the guy who's literally swole as can be on Maryland with these shots and doing almost all of the heavy lifting. Do you try and mark him as close as possible and just get in his face? Is that the strategy to approach the series?
I don't think so, because then you're too much playing into their hand, right? Like, I'm a firm believer that you should be able to play your play style, then make adjustments based upon the circumstances that are presented. So if you've got a player that's super mechanical, really talented, scoring a lot of the goals, I think it's more so better that you deny things that are being set up. Prime example here, even though Turtle's getting this goal, all the effort is actually being put on that rotational play. You're demoing on your rotation through. The last person back is just a happenstance. It's not because it was Turtle that was there. It was due to the fact that this is an opportunity that we can capitalize on. Let's carry through. So I don't necessarily think so, but again, finding demos may be the more overarching answer. And then Turtle's there, we're happy about it.
And I do think that's a good goal to represent what Maryland is capable of. While we talk so much about Turtle, mainly because it's a great name and probably the greatest name that anybody's ever witnessed and or created, I would know. It's important to see that that goal was nothing special. at least from the striker. Anybody on Maryland could have hit that shot. It's all about the work that's getting put in by his teammates, getting the demo, being physical, and opening up that striking lane. And the fact that his two teammates can, in fact, do that. Of course, we've got Spice coming through. He was the man who got the 50-50. They have a lot of potential. A lot of talent is flowing through all three players on Maryland, and as a result, they go up 2-0. Rutgers were looking for their first goal, but it goes quickly down the other end. They're sustaining pressure, but time is running out, and they've got to make a move.
Good play on the defensive rotation to keep that one out near post. As JD Knight getting demoed on the back end. Rutgers trying to open up something, as they've had a hard time sustaining offense, as the Maryland team come through in the midfield. Played up high, a little bit of a dance here in front of the net. As yet another demo. It does allow them to keep it on the tap, but a good 50 by
the space.
Spice in front of it, and again, multiple chances here from Rutgers, but just no real shots on target. Yeah, it's cleared back the other way.
It feels like they're doing a good job of opening the space up, but then when it comes to the execution, there's nobody following through with a shot on target quickly. You know what I mean? Like they just got a demo. There was space given to them, but what happened to
anybody in production, if you can put eyes on Turtle right now, I'm sitting here and I'm like, I go to make eye contact while he's talking.
He's like, look at what happens. Turtle getting involved on the offensive side. I'm telling you, my legs are dying, and we're watching a blowout right now from Maryland. What's going on?
His knees are weak because he's watching himself on the field. He doesn't know what to do. His back hurts. It's super heavy, so again, you got to stretch him out. But yeah, I went to make eye contact with you because you were definitely directing a conversation towards me, and I had to I looked up, like, where is he? And I looked down, I'm like, oh, okay.
I've got old man legs, bro. My knees, like I just take a squat and I hear like 40 cracks in my knees, and I'm kind of terrified. I'm probably gonna have to be one of those guys who puts like a metal replacement.
Probably all that 2-week-old soda you're drinking that's been out in the sun. Just a thought. Either way, 15 seconds, a good start here from Maryland. Ooh. Has it been Turtle for every single goal?
I believe so. Yes, he got the first goal, then the follow-up second goal, and he just scored the third. So Turtle, hat-trick to my boy. He's repping the name well, but Rutgers, there's still so much potential, so many opportunities that just weren't strong enough. They, like I said, they're creating the space. Like, I like what I'm seeing. It's a full team effort. One person themselves just has to come through with the execution. That's what it comes down to.
I think there's been a lot of good things to pull away, especially the mechanical setup and everything else, but Maryland's challenging it well. They're not really being foiled by any of those plays. Like, you see Aquario, 2 back-to-back flip reset chances, and Maryland's just like, yeah, let me just challenge it and force it high. We're fine. Yeah. Like, the best you're going to get is hit our backboard. So there's been a lot of really good defense actually out of Maryland. Obviously, we talked about the offense. Turtle has scored a hat trick, all that kind of stuff. I want to give credit to their defense. They've been playing really well in the midfield.
Yeah, and moving forward, I think that Game 2 will be a different story. Game 1 was slower, but this feels like a situation where you got to break the curse. Like, there's chances there. There's shooting lanes that are developing. I do agree the defense for Maryland has been solid, but that doesn't mean that once you break through, you kind of break the curse. That happens a lot with teams in Rocket League where you're like, how are they not scoring? This is ridiculous. They get 1 goal and then 7 more goals come through for them, and I think that's going to be the case in Game 2. So long as they can get that first goal, we might get a perfect sweep. Who knows? It's possible here. I'm all for the chaos, but I think Rutgers have what it takes to get back.
A lot of Rocket League still to go, as it is, again, a best-of-5 now. So it's not like the team's on match point and the other team's under pressure. Yeah. There's still some chances to bounce back. Either way, we're going to jump here into Game 2 of this series. Maryland up by 1, trying to put themselves at match point. As for Rutgers, trying to get a point on the board and neutralize this series. It's going to be Turtle, of course, right off the kickoff, first on the ball. Honestly, plays like the opposite of his name's meaning.
Yeah, I mean, this man is speedy. He is not as slow when it comes to positioning. Like, this dude will just fly to the forefront and to the front of the battle. He's like, I don't know anything about battles, like medieval battles. Like, every time in movies they show medieval battles, they all like look the same. I thought there was like a class structure. Are you supposed to have like a tank and then like a swordsman? Turtle is like the...
No, Turtle, keep going.
Who's the aggressive guy?
Keep going. I want to hear your theory on this.
No, I'm like, because there's got to be like different roles that you would distribute back in medieval times, right? Like a tank. I'm thinking of like class-based
if we're talking about like olden times, do you think they had tanks?
Yeah, there must have been some guy in like the 1500s that you just give like 40 different panels of armor and you just like throw him forward, right? That's like the tank of the medieval era.
You're digging a hole, and it's
logical.
1500s
It makes
with
sense.
tanks. All right, man.
It makes sense. There's got to be
Infantry.
impenetrable armor.
Infantry is the word you're looking
Turtle's
for.
that guy. He's that guy that you just give 40 different plates of like obsidian armor. If we're going to go into even different games, you give him like 40 different plates of obsidian armor. You throw him forward, and he's making moves. He got the assist here. Spice is going to get the goal. But look at this man. He's all the way in the front. He's the tank of Maryland.
Well, Turtle on the front line, definitely showing that he is great infantry for the team as he sets up the rest in the back. Spice comes in, knocks it down, nice and pretty. Minute and a half gone on by. And a 1-0 lead here, again, for Maryland. Trying to go for, like you said, that perfect sweep.
Dude, it might happen. This is the flat soda. Like, I thought I saw a flat soda last series. No, this is truly the flat soda if we get a perfect sweep. Please go in. Okay, I thought maybe we get some fizz.
Not going to happen here. Again, the defense and a pre-jump by Spice centers it perfectly, but the defense there. Chance to bring it back down the other field. We've seen the mechanics, but can Anxiety play low 50 opportunity, but swing it through. You talk about Turtle.
Yeah.
Not slow and steady here. Super aggressive, able to sweep on through. And make that a secondary touch. It's on the backboard. It's going to have to be cleared away, but not enough downfield. As the team in position, ready to put on another attack. It's a perfect infield pass right on the top. Let's get JD Knight involved as well.
Yeah. And this is a play that didn't involve the man of the hour, Turtle. Spice taking it to the corner. A really good first touch. Then the follow-up. And I do believe there was also a bump on one of the mans rotating back from Rutgers. So 2 goals, still scoreless. The perfect sweep continues on. And what is Rutgers going to need to do to implement a change? For me, I think they're still getting opportunities. They're still opening lanes. They seem somewhat organized, and that's it. That's going to break the curse. This could be the start, the change, and the shift that we've been waiting for out of Rutgers.
A little bit overconfident here from Maryland. Bit overzealous as well on that challenge. Your third man back. It is up to you to be in the position to stop it. And again, spacing on that one. Can't turn back and get that 50. Again, Maryland playing confidently. It's why they've had such a good lead, but about the time Rutgers got the punish. So Aquario gets on the board for the team, and after what was essentially, 7.5 minutes of unanswered, they finally put a point on the board. Should help with their confidence a little bit. Maybe they can get back into this one. Talk about that curse finally being lifted. See if it happens.
There's been a ripple effect. They started off the kickoff with more aggression. They've gotten confident, knowing that they can pierce the armor of Maryland. And we're seeing the result of it. Puppet, do it to him. Make him bleed. The double tap off the backboard all by himself.
Great positioning as well. Up that side wall and just commits to it. Follows it through and gets a shot. And even if it doesn't go in, the rest of the players on the team for Rutgers are able to follow it up. So what was a long drought has now been responded to.
This always happens. A team will go scoreless, then they get that first goal, and things start to turn. The cogs in everybody's head start to turn, and we are witnessing a shift in the playstyle of Rutgers, a confidence boost between all 3 of them, and maybe even another double tap Puppet once more. Flashy plays and more highlights.
Could have been one for Aquario as well. Low boost, doesn't matter. Challenge on the back wall, able to play back high. But a lot of offense now out of Rutgers. Till it's pushed back away. Already on the backboard waiting. Aquario going to decide to slow this one and trap it. But Spice, good read. Multiple 50 challenges by Turtle again, lofted high. And that seems to be the common theme here for Maryland, where not too many times do they go that infield route. I like seeing that pass there as they make me change my mind, but it has been a lot of high lofted touches on the backboard, expend a lot of boost, but a good give and go between Turtle and JD is not going to land, but back inside, it's a big challenge as they try to put more pressure on. Air roll shot, immediately on target, saved by the defense of Rutgers, as one after another, a solo play potentially. Spice almost had the Doomsday ditch. Even with Turtle moving back in, they can't find it. So Rutgers finally able to stop a bunch of this offense, a chance of their own.
I can't believe that they got out of that onslaught of shots. You could hear the alarms going off for the defense of Rutgers. They got demoed. There was 3 players from Maryland, what seemed to be in their own box. The boost was getting taken from them, but yet they stand tall and don't let up. Not a single goal given away to Maryland, regardless of the pressure. And with 15 seconds remaining, we'll see if we get OT or Rutgers can continue on with this trend of breaking the curse and then letting every other shot fall in.
Well, last couple seconds, gonna see if they can keep this one alive. A soft touch by Turtle, back in field, and it does not connect. So 2-2 into overtime, and a big deal here. Rutgers, a chance to change the narrative, as Turtle asked for a fist bump, but I deny him because I didn't see it because I focused on the game.
That was painful, dude.
I saw you move it, making motions in the background. I'm like, hey man, I'm casting the game. What do you want from me?
Look, I mean, as hype of an overtime this is, I'm just hyped that we got into the OT, and I thought I was joined by my friend Lawler, but I guess not. Anxiety, a big clear out. Rutgers, they have had to handle so much pressure. I don't know how this game isn't over. Like this feels heavily in favor of Maryland, regardless of the curse being broken. Maryland, the pressure has been there non-stop, but Rutgers, something is different in game 2.
Something in the water here. Seeing if they can change again, write the script in their own way. As it bounces down into the midfield. 2 on Rutgers are there. Thought they might come together for a pinch, but it doesn't connect. It's over the top. Slow play from Spice. Chance to bring it back down. Slow touch and a great challenge by Rutgers. That would have been a downfield pass right to Turtle where he's waiting, but in this case, they're able to clear it away. Plenty of boost to work with. Challenge in the midfield. UMD still on offense.
Wow. These clears from Rutgers just keep going to the sidewall. There's one that goes down the middle, but it's not met by a teammate who's waiting downfield because they don't want to get too aggressive. They're scared to rotate out. Another one. This one hits off the sidewall. Spice is able to turn around and quickly make movements downfield, but with a demo, it's going to be even more difficult. Turtle is there, the last man back, gets the save and keeps them alive. We've got even more OT to unwind.
We talked about that difference. Again, the first goal they let in was that third man back, moving up for a challenge and not connecting, the spacing a little bit off. So again, we talk about that importance. Turtle does show how it is done, both on offense and defense. There's a big challenge here, a little bit of space being provided, but a pre-jump from Spice, a smart read as well. As rotations back to the backboard, JD should have one more to get past the defender. It's bounced. For some reason, Spice is there.
They went for the double commit. It was horrible looking, and then all of a sudden it works out. Sometimes in Rocket League, accidents are a blessing. And in that situation, it was in fact a blessing. The Guardian Angel to keep that offense moving forward, but they're back on defense, stuck in their own half. This big clear should alleviate all that pressure and force Anxiety to waste more boost. Turtle's waiting on the sidewall, gets a touch, going off the backboard. The boost goes in favor of Rutgers, and this should lead to an easier clear unless that one doesn't come out. It wasn't strong at all, and we've got more dire moments, dire saves needed from Rutgers.
You can tell Maryland itching. The double commit on that last shot, but it pushes it off target. JD rotating back to near post. Usually not something you want to do, but when you have a player back in a dangerous, difficult position, it does cut that play from developing. So all 3 players from Maryland on the same side of the field. No one in position just yet. Luckily, JD does rotate back, puts it back on target.
Oh, he got bumped.
As Spice gets bumped into the play, out of position, but able to grab a midfield boost.
Yeah.
And should be able to support this one.
That's the only thing that really concerned me about Rutgers is the boost has not been in their favor. And Maryland are taking what looks like every single boost pad on the field. There's a corner stolen, though, for Rutgers. Maybe it will make Maryland bleed. If the double tap came through, it was a little bit too high. The opportunity was there. A big miss, an unfortunate one for Rutgers, but this is much better than what feels like the entire overtime, which has been in favor of Maryland.
Again, a couple good chances here from Maryland, but double commits have been happening. Bumping into each other, trying to find a way to settle back into this game. I get with the overtime, a chance to put yourself up by 2. All it takes is one mistake as a good touch from Anxiety. Oh, on the side wall, met by Turtle on defense. To another full game of play as we enter the 4-minute mark. I can just imagine the crowd counting down for us.
Oh man, look at the rotation from Turtle like that. He went all the way back, picked up some pads, opted not to go for boost, and then cut the third man in rotation. So you can tell that he's trying to be the aggressor, the player who's constantly going up for the ball.
Demo
but with a demo, could open up a shooting gate. And a big 50-50, it would have been wide open had Spice not been there. Then the interception and the OT will finally come to an end. It's Anxiety with a picture-perfect read on that pass.
4:25 and it looks like a chance to move downfield. We talk about the domino effect of Rocket League.
Yeah.
And you're saying, okay, we've got possession. I trust my teammate to make that touch. I'm going to go downfield to give him an opportunity to pass to something to open up this field. And Anxiety goes, hold on. I'm just gonna put that on the open net. He left it wide open.
Yeah, I see what you're doing here. I knew what pass was gonna come out, and he put himself in between the passer and whoever was trying to receive the ball. Brilliant heads-up play there from Anxiety, and I didn't expect that. I seriously thought Maryland was gonna take it, and that's not even because of Turtle or the aggression that we saw. It was just strictly off of Boost. And as soon as I mentioned Boost, they get stuck in their own half. They're getting starved out. That was the best sequence of events I think we've seen out of everybody on Rutgers.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of things to point out that you can really kind of discern some issues.
Yeah.
The biggest one I look at, when Maryland is under a lot of pressure, when there is stuff like a 4.5-minute overtime, they start double committing. Turtle tries to do a little bit too much, and it causes these bad rotations. And then that starts to get paired. Rutgers finds some chances in the midfield. They demo that last guy in the back, and it creates a chance that, quite honestly, is due to the mistakes of Maryland. So, got to find their footing yet again. As this one goes up high, Turtle's going to be able to get a touch on it, make it a little bit awkward as it settles in the midfield.
Game 2, the storyline truly was Rutgers breaking the curse, getting their first goal, and building on top of that. Got that first one, and then the shots started to come through. Pressure kept being added. Turtle, though, the speed has never slipped up, not even once. He's still outpacing Rutgers and still putting on fire shots.
Really good work there from JD Knight as well. Forcing that issue, chasing that player down in the corner. Wants to deny the boost. There's a player there, and the player's like, well, I can't play the sidewall. I'm going to get dunked, so he throws it in the midfield. And because that, Turtle's positioning is right on the money and puts it away. But some demos of their own now and following through. And you see some more Spice getting angry.
I wonder if that's a strategy they're trying to implement now. Just trying to demo him. We got one. Oh my goodness, never mind. It's going to go down the other end, excuse me. So a bloody play style has been adapted on both sides. Spice behind and past everybody. This was ridiculous stuff from him. Check out this control. He gets the perfect first touch where the defender thought he was going to go to the sidewall, and then he's past the second one and says, I'm going to leave this for you, Turtle.
It's one thing to go and take it as an individual past two defenders. You know you're already at an advantage. But then to be unselfish with it as well, it's something you definitely want in a teammate. So, again, getting more people involved, building back that confidence. It's a good way to do it. Secondary touch and follow up. As this went off the side wall, Spice going to be out of position with only 10 boots. Going to have to rotate back for help. Luckily, JD is there before he gets demoed. Blasts it away. As a minute and a half of this game goes on by. 2-goal lead for Maryland after a tough loss in overtime just a short minute and a half ago. And they control the lead pretty convincingly. Big touch in the side wall.
Anxiety. Let's see what happens. Notice how Turtle's getting in front of it. A lot of the aggression comes out from him. And then he leaves his teammates, Spice in particular, to control it, try and fill the gaps. Doing well so far. First 2 minutes came and went. The answer lies within Rutgers. How are they going to respond? Previously, what worked for them was intercepting a lot of the clears that would come out from Maryland. That's what ended the previous game. We also saw a double tap from Puppet. So solo plays and good predictions necessary. Also good saves. They do come out from Anxiety, but the shots are not going to stop from Maryland.
A forced error here by the offense of Maryland. They're going to be happy about this one. Numerous times you saw them actually double back to deny the boost and bleed this team dry.
Yeah.
I think a little bit more boost on that back wall can get some power and push that past the goal, but in this circumstance, it is that error. So 3-goal lead here, 2:33 left as we get to halftime. And Maryland starting to really find that next gear. As multiple challenges, some good clears, and a little bit of offense paired with demos seems to be the answer.
Okay.
And a lot of credit for me. Obviously, Turtle scoring a lot of these goals, but it's been Spice.
Yeah.
The one really facilitating.
He's been great this entire time. The facilitator, in your own words, Lawler. A man who can step up and try not to take the spotlight, but do pretty much all of the work that guarantees a goal. You've also got JD Knight filling in on the defense. You want to give credit to him too. Puppet has been the shining player for Rutgers. That double tap was spectacular.
That's so pretty.
It's pretty from Turtle, it's pretty from Spice, and it's 4-0 for Maryland.
JD, Spice, and everything nice on that one. Is everybody getting involved on the play? A fantastic pass play, getting all 3 members involved. And that's the stuff we've been looking forward to. Is we know the offense is capable. We know they have the capability to try some of these things with a little bit extra pizzazz or chutzpah, as F. has been saying all weekend long as he just visited his family. But the option to kind of showcase that beautiful game that we love and enjoy soccer for, or football, depending on where you're from, if you are cultured, like F.
And we do have a check-in here from the other quarterfinal. PSU down 1-2 against Indiana, which is pretty difficult in my eyes. I expected a lot from both teams. They are so similarly seeding, the number 1 and number 2 seed coming into the tournament. Penn State have that CRL Worlds experience, but Indiana are also a team that you should not take lightly.
Speaking of teams not take lightly, what seemed to be plaguing Maryland has coincidentally just kind of gone away.
Corner, okay, this is their chance!
And of course, as soon as I say some nice things about how great they are, Puppet shows up.
At the end of the day, they're still up by 3 goals, but it has been Puppet, the striker for Rutgers. I do enjoy what I've seen from this man, mainly because of that double tap. Made me a fan instantly after scoring it. 52 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a lot of unique and big moves if they want to get back into this game. Because so far, Maryland have been breaking boundaries, defying physics, going for passing plays from the left, the right. Turtle with some solo plays, Spice with the dribbles, JD Knight holding it down on defense. A lot of different angles have been approached towards the Rutgers defense, and it has worked 4 times.
Like, one of my favorite things about the Collegiate League is how these teams come to be in kind of a happenstance. You know, you talk about a professional player pulling players from all over the United States or wherever you may be, North America, as JD's going to sink another one away here and basically secure this game. But you talk about at a university, there's only such a big player pool. There's only so many you can pull from. And for them to find 3 players that kind of just coexist pretty well together. You got one that's really aggressive on offense, you got Spice who's unselfish and set it up, and then you got JD who does a great job on that back line. It's kind of a recipe for success. It's been awesome to see that translate on the field.
And it feels like they respect each other's play style. I mean, Turtle is obviously the most aggressive one on Maryland, and Spice is the second man. JD Knight is, in my eyes, the third man. He's been kind of coming through as the player who can crash the net, get that follow-up. We just saw it for the 5th goal. And they respect everybody's role. They give each other space. That has proven to work wonders, especially in game number 3, going in favor of Maryland. That was a huge turnaround from the previous game where the curse was broken for Rutgers, but then it seemed like they inflicted another curse again in this game.
Yeah, really settled in on that one. We talk about the differences, and it's tough to see as well, considering our other series back and forth. Every single game we're seeing a pattern yet again here.
If that happens again, what if that happens all day? Have we ever seen that with Rocket League? I don't think so.
I see it all the time over on the V1 broadcast because that's just what they do, game 5 OT, nonstop. But yeah, I think in these types of circumstances, it is really tough to find your footing, especially with the high stakes. For a lot of these players, it's their first time experience in it. But I will say when Maryland wins, it's convincing. Something that we didn't get to the last series is where there was some mistakes and a couple glaring issues. Maryland's like, when we're winning, we're on a different level.
Yeah, and you mentioned high stakes. Some of these teams, and one in particular, put that the first tournament they ever won, the result, the prize money, was a bag of fruit snacks. This time, it's 25 grand up for grabs. I'd say that's a little bit different than just winning a bag of fruit snacks, so the pressure is on.
A lot of fruit snacks, Turtle. Not
that
sure
is a lot of fruit
money
snacks.
Can go towards just fruit snacks, but I'm sure they'll try. Either way, game 4, chance for Maryland to close it out, punch their ticket in the semifinals, where 3 other teams will be waiting. That's just simple math, Turtle.
Ooh, JD Knight. Big whiff in the corner. Simple math indeed. And a simple play to get the clear out. See if Turtle has a follow-up. He does. It's going to be a 50-50 going towards the net. JD Knight, I love that pass in the midfield, but none of his teammates were prepared for it. Maybe it was the right call because Spice had a good recovery, a good clear, and now a good pass out to Turtle. The Spice-Turtle connection continues, and the onslaught of offense continues for Maryland.
Ironically enough, you talk about that pass from JD Knight and how much you enjoy it.
Yeah.
But with nobody being there, it kind of like just settles in the midfield and draws that entire defense upfield. And actually is why that goal goes in.
But what did they, that's the thing with Rutgers, it was given them for free. What did they do with it? They just cleared it all the way to the other side. They didn't take possession, and you're right, Lawler, it was a trap set by Maryland.
Whether it was intentional or not, it does work out. But again, something that you see a big difference, kind of one of the glaring issues is the throwing of possession. The one thing that you got to take away is when you have that space, trap the ball, dribble it downfield, force a 50-yard challenge, but something that doesn't need to be forced is anxiety up in the air. A beautiful shot for him to tie it up.
The man who ended Game 2 OT comes out here and ties it up whenever they're faced with a Maryland who's on match point. Unshakable stuff from Rutgers. Getting back into the series, putting up a fight. Certainly don't want to go down without putting your best foot forward. They have done exactly that with anxiety, leading the charge. JD Knight, though, he's been getting more involved. I think at the beginning of the series, he was rather quiet, but I'm noticing more and more better challenges from him, getting aggressive. And as I say the word aggressive, we've got Spice, who bulldozes through the defense.
Again, I talk about those slow plays in those 50s. The difficulty, though, is if you are angled in any way that is towards your net, it will pinch in that direction. So you need to make sure, like we talk about, north and south on those challenges to completely neutralize it. At the other time, no one on the team really close enough to win it. So that opportunity presents itself. Spice takes that chance and comes across and gets that dunk. So Maryland, quick response, and some demos. Spice feeling good on those dribbles. As he brings it back down the entire sideline, should set up the rest of the team as JD there. Put it back towards target, sweeping through, trying to find a demo. He's been pretty good about it so far. But backboard defense, anxiety, kind of been their high flyer. Able to win a 50, kill it, and they should be okay here.
Yeah, it seems like anxiety has the ice, and then Puppet can kind of start making waves that anxiety can finish off. Spice, of course, he has been aggressive. Not too much turtle aggression this game, but Spice and also Aquario gets a piece of the action. We haven't been saying his name too much, but now is our time to sing his praises.
Yeah, early in Game 2, we got to talk about Aquario, but since then, it wasn't a whole lot. He was the one that had that open goal score off a tough cheetah, but on that one, it's just a good chance and a good angle far post. And tied again we go. This one looking a heck of a lot like Game 2, Turtle.
It looked like he punctured that ball. Maybe leaving a dent, lowering the PSI of it, because that ball wasn't even savable from JD Knight, who got a piece of it, but not in time. This is Aquario, good rotations, taking the midfield boost, deep back in his own half. Puppet, good first touch. And what I'm seeing is Rutgers will throw one player forward, go for a solo play, hope to get a good 50-50. We do also have another update from the other quarterfinals matchup. Penn State are going to fall to Indiana University. Not quite an upset, but you thought it would go to Game 5. You think it'd go the distance. This one might go the distance, and it's all thanks to anxiety.
Again, Indiana, congratulations to them, punching their way into the semifinals. That's who the winner of this series will go on to play. So something to look forward to, or not potentially, depending on who you are.
Yeah.
Either way, Maryland, that is now quite a few unanswered. See if they
another
get it back.
one. Okay,
what a beat. Anxiety, 3 in a row.
This is a simulation. Life is a simulation. We're getting patterns. One team takes a game, the next one's gonna take it. It's been back and forth. Every single cast so far has, if this does go the distance, it's gone in a pattern, Lawler, which means Maryland should take the series, but maybe they break the mold.
That's on you,
and
man.
Come back. Hey, I'm glad I cast a Kirsten. I want some variety here. I'm not a man of patterns. I want something to not make any sense. This doesn't make any sense off the kickoff. We've got the third man going to who knows where, because he should have been a little bit farther back, not on the goal line, and because of it, the third goal goes in for Maryland.
Still a whole lot of time left to play here. As Spice trying to go off the ceiling. It's been his individual solo plays on the ground, but still showing he can do it up high as well. As a big touch by JD. That one A little bit too far across. Turtle actually tries to reach for it. Luckily for him, Spice in the area. Turtle's going to have to turn on this one and play it right back towards the net as Spice trying to cause some disruption in front of the net. It actually works out on that first initial challenge. But now out of position, you got two players actually in front of the ball with no boost. Enough to delay it as Turtle comes in. Shot from JD.
Oh, man.
Saved by the defense of Rutgers.
This looks like they might get that fourth goal to tie things up. They're hungry, going for every single challenge possible. You think if one goes their way and slips in front of the net, they'll have a player ready to punish and ready to capitalize. They're going to have to get out of their own half first. That's where things can start. The first step might be taken from Spice, but nobody's in the midfield. That doesn't matter. He takes it himself. There is a third man back waiting on the goal line. Very cautious, probably because of the way the last kickoff went. If somebody was farther back, it would have been a different story. Here comes JD Knight. Big booming clear down the other side. Wasn't necessarily on target, but a threatening shot nonetheless.
It's a really good play from Yeti.
Ooh.
The side of it, he's been obviously clearing down the side wall a lot, but recognizing there's a player already there, immediately throws it in the midfield, which is normally a risky play, but because of no positioning there, they are able to break on out for just a little bit. With pressure, Maryland back on, final 20 seconds, need to find a goal. Luckily, we can play it to 0-second time. It's Spice, a good pitch, nobody there, and it's redirected back the other way. JD already in position around one, in front of the net. Shots there! Turtle, of course, puts it away to tie it up. 10 seconds left.
It just felt like a waiting game. Something was going to go in favor of Maryland, and it was a 50-50 from the corner. JD Knight putting all the work in, the hustle from him to squeeze it out in front of the net. Maryland, it looked like they weren't going to take the game. It looked like we were going to get a game 5, but instead, we might get overtime unless one of these teams can work some movie magic. This is going to be ridiculous, but they keep it up instead.
Again, a good challenge and plenty of boost. Does JD want to keep this up? No, he's going to kill it. Play it safe. He's got two players up on offense. Could have possibly went for the boom and clear, but instead we go to overtime. 4-4, just like game 2. Another overtime.
Oh, anxiety.
As anxiety, flip reset. It's a good 50. Goodness. Almost has the bump on Spice. Could have done it yet again.
Bro, anxiety is Charmeleon in regular game time, and then we get into OT, and this man just turns into Charizard. It's ridiculous. The guy does not stop ascending when everything is on the line. Puppet starts things, anxiety finishes it. He did it before in OT. Can he do it when everything is on the line? Your playoff life at stake. Here we go.
Yeah, just like Turtle mentioned, this could be make or break for Rutgers. As Maryland trying to blow out the candle of that tail. Turtle upside down, living up to the name finally for the first time this series. Otherwise, he's been as fast as they come. Making 2 touches, kick back, good positioning by JD. He's gonna have to force a 50, but a good win by Aquario. This could be a chance for Rutgers to break out as someone comes sweeping through. And a good 50 from Spice actually pauses it back to JD. A chance to fake it, going underneath. It's a big 50! And Maryland gonna punch their ticket to the semifinals.
JD Knight has been putting in some work in the gym, working on those biceps, maybe hitting some deadlifts, and he forces the issue, pushing that ball all the way through the defense, and Maryland are able to steal that game, win the series, and move on to the semifinals.
Man, what an end to that one. JD, we talk about his involvement in game 3, starting to slowly move up a little bit more. He's not just that reliable rotator on the backside clearing the ball. He's winning some more 50s. He's setting up some passes. And of course, when we need him most, good 50s, good challenges.
That's great, yeah.
And he closes it out.
We talked so much about Turtle and his not only immaculate name, I'm going to bring it up again, but also the aggression he comes through, F-Dot. But now we see other players come to the spotlight. Do you think that's because we're getting some best of 5s? We're getting a little bit longer series? Has that played an effect?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's more Rocket League to be played. There's more of the field to be shared, and you just absolutely need the rest of your squad to go ahead and do it. Listen, you're playing best of 1. You might be able to win that single game off the back of one guy. You stretch it out to a best of 3, you might need some help from a facilitator. You're playing a standard best of 5, that you absolutely need an entire team. Let's run the tape back and take a look at the way these teams went ahead and did it. And I am really happy. We want to give a shout out to our boys at Rutgers for getting one of these dubs. I think that this easily could have been a sweep from Maryland, and Rutgers stepped up and they were like, listen, we ain't going to go out like that. We absolutely have to make some noise, and they did.
I think that's part of the difficulty, right? You look at the series scoreline, you're like, all right, 3-1, very much so in favor of Maryland, but Rutgers played a close game. You saw multiple close affairs. There was 2 overtimes. Obviously, when Maryland was winning, they were winning big, but that narrative started to change throughout the series. You start off with Turtle with having a hat trick in game 1. He scores every single goal. They immediately bounce back, win 5-4 in overtime. That's a lot of goals being scored against a high-powered offense of Maryland.
And as we look at these replays, we see the dynamic offense from Maryland.
Yeah, I want to see that pass play.
It's so many different levels to these plays. People winning 50-50s. Of course, the game and the series winner was another 50-50. But like this play from Spice, he's going in solo, gets the double tap off the offense, forces a very awkward situation from Rutgers, and then you get even better stuff from Spice. The dude's taking it himself. Big 50-50s win, and that's also how they won the series. So if those challenges continue on, it's going to be difficult because whoever they're facing has got to be prepared. 100%.
And that's confidence there. When you go for those like hand in the face challenges, that's you are going into that 50-50 saying, it ain't no 50, it's a 90. I'm going to make it happen. Otherwise, you opt for something else. This is a pure confidence play coming out from these guys, and at the end of the day, you got to believe it to achieve it.
Easier said than done, and a lot of credit, obviously. You talk about JD. He was the starlight at the end of that, moving up into the midfield, creating those passes. Obviously, Turtle's there to smack it down. He's been doing it all day, all weekend long for that matter. But again, 2 back-to-back massive plays to separate his team and push them into the semifinals. But congratulations to Maryland. They're going on to play Indiana University.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This man, he didn't even witness it.
I'm surprised. I'm legitimately out of my mind here. Penn State, I thought they had it all the way until next Sunday. This is a squad that I've seen perform on the literal highest stage of collegiate Rocket League competition. They were at the World Championships. They skipped regular season, and they get beat up by IU. That is, I'm not upset at the upset.
It's going to be a fun one, too, especially after what we just saw to Maryland on the other side. Again, the narrative that's being pushed. MSU, Eugen, our interview guy. We got to see his emotions coming out of that hand like he had nobody's chance. Either way, they punched their ticket. They were 2-3. They pushed their name in. They end up pushing their ticket into today, and now they're on to the semifinals. Again, all it takes is one, and they've done that twice now.
It's absolutely incredible. We got a chance to see 2 out of 4 of our quarterfinals, but when it comes down to the semis, we're going to watch each of those matchups, and so I'm really excited for them. Straight off the top, I'm going to make you choose. Turtle, which one are you more excited to watch?
I think I am more excited for the Eugen versus Mom matchup, okay? I think that's going to be a juicy one, and I'm going to go for the top side of semis.
On the other side, I obviously have to take the opposite because Turtle said that one. So, real talk, though, Indiana, I want to see what they're working with today. Obviously, to beat Purdue and everything else that they've been going, they then get Penn State today. They show a convincing win. And it wasn't one that went to the distance, like we thought, probably to 5. It was a 3-1. Why was it that way? Let's find out with Indiana what they're working with.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see how each of these teams boil down and buckle up because it's going to be fantastic. We're going to take a brief break, and then we're going to return with the semifinals for the Collegiate Contender Series. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to Wisdom Studios live from Minnesota. F. Lawler and Turtle. Don't leave him hanging.
Dude, he already did it during the cast.
He did it while I was casting, looking directly at the confidence monitor.
We were on his screen. You could see the fist bump.
I'm focusing on the gameplay. The gameplay, Turtle.
As a dog would say. But our games have been anything but pretty clean, to be honest with you, as we got a chance to kind of jump forward into our semifinals. So let's go ahead and show you how everything's looking up. We started off with our 8 teams. Actually, we started off with 14 teams yesterday. And all throughout the day yesterday, we boiled down to some 8 squads now. Chopped it down. We have 4 teams remaining. And just a reminder, $25,000 in scholarship prizes on the line, and every single one of these teams on the bracket have gotten some of that money. Who's going to get the lion's share? That is the question we are asking ourselves today. Yesterday, we got a chance to talk to Eugen, representing his team of MSU, and Minnesota is going to be their opposition. And then on the bottom side, we have UMD going up against IU.
A lot of fun narratives coming in. You got the #1 team overall in the standings going up against some of the favorite here because we got to sit and talk to Mugen. And then on the other side of that bracket, you've got the #1 seed overall, Indiana, looking like they're on a tear.
Yeah.
But Maryland's high-flying offense. We'll have to see how
they're gonna have to be prepared. I think it's coming into that series not getting too confident. I think they can get too desperate, start pushing forward, and not respect the other players alongside Turtle. JD Knight and Spice, like those are guys that are sleeper picks. I was even coming in sleeping on them in that series, and I was like, oh, Turtle's this, Turtle's that, Turtle's the best. And then those two guys come
for
out,
other reasons.
they take all the spotlight. Maybe. Yeah. Little name bias, too.
Just a little bit of name bias.
He literally started that cast with, like, it's the greatest name ever, I would know. And I'm like, okay, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got to have fun, though.
You can't roast me. You left me hanging, okay? I'm just going to say.
You know what? I think it's time to go. Turtle.
Now we're even.
Okay.
We'll see you later, because right now it's Michigan State versus Minnesota Twin Cities. Eugen, Rocketman, and Mar versus Ches, Rad, and Mom. We got a chance to see a little bit of Minnesota. You know what? Fine, Turtle. Talk to me about this Minnesota Twin Cities team.
You want me to talk to you about this Minnesota Twin City team? Okay. They are way too dang good. They are a team to be feared, and they've got Mom.
And they're going head-to-head against Michigan State University. And so the green and black here, Lawler. Obviously, we got a chance to talk to Eugen. Talk to me a little bit about Rocket Man, though. I loved what I saw out of that guy.
He does like to put the ball in the net.
Ooh.
It is something that he has said. It's even on your screen. We're not making it up. But was kind of their guy that lived up to his name, ironically enough. A lot of time spent in the air using a lot of that boost and trying to knock it down for his team. So curious on what the setup is going to be over there. But as Turtle mentioned, Minnesota Twin Cities, a good offense. Rad kind of stole the show, but it was Ches actually in the first series that we got to watch with them that really was the highlight for me.
And that, I think, is cool. It is very exciting. One thing that I like about the collegiate world is that you don't always know all of the players, and so you just take it as it comes. And Ches was the guy in day one, and you're like, all right, you write your notes, you're like, all right, they play through this guy, and then the next set you see, they're like, wait, it's all Rad. What? Oh, they're going to play through the other guy. And that shows you depth. And that, I think, is important when you're trying to make these wins.
Yeah, and that's been the most important thing. And I'm excited because we got to see that through the longer series, the depth, what everybody else can bring to the table. It's not just one player that has scored within the first 2 goals where you're already on match point and then the series is over. This is one where we get to see what's at stake, what players can step up, and finally see, as we said, we're scouting as that next potential player who's going to be the best in the collegiate scene.
Give me a prediction, Turtle.
Ooh, I'm going to go. You got to go Twin Cities. You got to go Twin Cities.
Twin Cities. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Thank you, Turtle. We'll return to you after the match. But for now, Lawler and I will be your companions for Michigan State versus Minnesota. Winner goes to grand finals. Let's go ahead and make it work.
Can we talk about that transition, though? Not only do we get the hype chamber of the teams, but we also get the name tags on the top, and Rad's going to kick it off. We talked about how I was happy about Ches, but Rad's like, no, feed me the ball.
Well, hey, man, listen, it's all exciting. Kickoff goals are exciting. And a shout out to local Nathan, plays in the local Minnesota Varsity League. He's the one that put together that hype chamber stuff for us. So
that's so cool.
Yeah, it's grassroots DIY, celebrating the students, man. So we're starting things off with a 1-0 game. Minnesota, you know what? Let's just re-rack everything even. and it's basically a full game to go.
Hey man, anything you can do, I can do better. Mar up high, flying at a beautiful challenge. He's even met up on the challenge, but too speedy with it. So first 13 seconds, both teams trading blows, and that's what we love to see here. F-Dot is both teams putting up a fight. Going to be a long 5-game series, and I'm looking forward to it.
Trying to find some sort of start now. Because like we said, all right, one goal. It was 13 seconds. So basically a brand new game of Rocket League. Dangerous in front of Blue's net, and coast to coast, Yugen just gets the clear goal.
Getting punished for that aggression. We talk about Minnesota, their offense, what they provide, and a lot of that time. Got one player going for a demo, got one player going for a boost night in the corner. You got one player cheated up a little bit too far in the midfield. And a lot of people ask, hey Lawler, how do I get out of these lower ranks? What do I got to do? Put the ball really hard on target, make a big clear, and Ches gonna shut me up in my tracks as he has a response. This game has been nuts so far, F-Dot.
So the first goal scored was answered 4 seconds later by the second one across the way. The third goal scored was answered 3 seconds later by the team across the way. So, I mean, when it comes down to response situations, these teams definitely don't want to be in the hole whatsoever. Yugen's been the guy so far, and he's certainly gonna feel that one. An unfortunate touch here from the blue team. Basically just passes the ball to Ches, and he's not gonna miss that opportunity.
Hit the nail on the head. That touch needs to have a little bit more power to the outside. Again, we talked about it actually in last series, how I gave credit to Anxiety for centering it into the midfield because someone was on that sidewall challenging, but in this case, got to play it a little bit further out, get it out of that threatening spot. As Mar, multiple challenges, trying to get in front of it, try to slow it down, set up a teammate. As it goes up that high side, teammates there to support. So positioning so far overwhelmingly in MSU's favor, despite the score saying the opposite.
All right. I like that breakdown. I want to see if it comes to fruition, though. Because it's definitely one of those situations where you could run the game and just not wind up with a dub because of the way things have been going in Minnesota's direction. Excuse me. But at the moment, it is Minnesota ball. Again, dangerously hanging out in front of the net. But this time, no Minnesota jerseys to confirm.
Finally, Minnesota's starting to find some more of their own. Multiple shots on target. Quite a bit of pace, but all it takes is one play the other way. But it's a good save on defense by Mom. And without any hesitation, into the midfield, another counterattack, but a good challenge on that defensive third. A little bit of bullying in the midfield as well. Should knock them off the play. Ooh. As in the midfield, multiple challenges, both sides keeping it pretty neutral. Until finally MSU has to just bang it down the other way. But again, immediately responded.
That was an interesting situation. The entire team clumped up with no punish available because everybody else across the way was out looking for boosts and just kind of doing chores, so to speak. And so it seemed like a good opportunity was anything but. Now, set up for Rad. Defense gets there first. Nice jump by Mar, but Ches gonna look for number 2. And MSU gets there first, and so nothing doing there. Big demo.
Good play, but responded back. 2 demos, like you said. That one on the back end was really important due to the fact that that's that next threat up in line. You don't get rid of that player. He's got a free shot on net, but it fed into midfield, and it's cut off again. I talked about that positioning from MSU. You're seeing it multiple times here, where if it wasn't for those mistakes, I think they would have the lead. So, again, they're getting to a flow of things, but as Minnesota starts to heat up, they start to find that pacing. They're a tough one to beat.
That's really what I wanted to say, is that both of these teams have kind of settled down. Listen, the first 5 goals of this game were brought to you by, I think,
Flat soda.
Exactly.
Turtles and flat soda coming to a store near you.
Wow!
I don't know how they keep that out. That should not be a thing.
Yeah, again, dangerous plays, but yeah, the first half of this game I think was kind of lackadaisical gameplay.
Yeah.
And now we have seen the teams kind of step up, and it's been pretty much scoreless since about that 3rd minute, as both of these teams I think have leveled up their acumen here in game number 1. The rest of the series, I think, is going to be a treat.
Yeah, but at moments like this, these are the things that come back to you. While we both neutralized, it's the one mistake that's the difference here. Again, that pass that was light into the midfield has been the difference maker as we get into this final minute. So again, trying to find either an error of their own or something that they can find, but it's a double commit. Essential chance. It's a shot on target, and that one from Rad. Not going to miss that anytime soon.
And that's the confirmation for sure. At the end of the day, Minnesota, that third goal wouldn't have been enough. I think the fourth will be. Of course, eager for MSU to prove me wrong. But I do think that fourth goal will be enough. And a beautiful way to set it up as well, making sure not to give up on the play. That's something we noted yesterday.
Starts with Rad, may end with Rad. It's still plenty of time. Something you're starting to see from Minnesota, though. You look at the pressure, that suffocation.
No breathing.
Redundancy here on both the offense and in the casting. As a big clear downfield by Rad again. Another goal for him. Feeling pretty good about a 3-goal lead. Going into these final 24 seconds.
If I'm MSU, we do not care. I think, again, with the best of 5, you can afford to lose game number 1. My thesis for the signs of the set, game 2 is the most important game. Because whatever happens in game number 1, if you won game number 1 and you win game number 2, all of a sudden you're on match point. If you lose game number 1 and you win game number 2, well, all of a sudden you're tied up and it's a whole new series. So game number 1 sets the pace, sets sort of the expectation for what's going on. Minnesota is going to be our top card. Minnesota is the team that needs to be outplayed. They're the ones that have set the bar. But MSU, looking to respond, that's how you want to walk out of game number 1. If you're walking out with an L, take one for the road, hold your head up high, and come up into number 2 going, all right, what went wrong? And so, Lawler, I'll ask you, up and down, what went wrong?
So initially we can talk about how it was neutral. You had 2 goals for both sides, very quick responses. People just kind of finding their footing. Again, they were sitting a little bit cold going into the semifinals, a lot of nervous pressure to settle in. Big mistake is how it kicks off. That's where I'm going to start the initial game. That pass in the midfield, not a good touch, falls down, they score. After that, it then started to be Minnesota's offense primarily that was really causing the concern for the defense. Defense had some good clears, some good alleviated pressures, and you saw Minnesota being like, okay, we're aggressing a little bit too hard. We're going for bumps, we're going for demos, we're doing this stuff, and Eugen's just blasting it on an open net. We got to stop that. They do that, consistent pressure, a lot of offense, and now you get a 2-goal lead. So what initially started as a little bit overzealous, they, bring it back a little bit, settle in, good offense from the Twins. So I'm expecting more of that, but MSU has been able to pull some tricks up the sleeve, and I do like that you mentioned a little bit of confidence on the back end. Hey, we can still score. We can do this through other things other than mistakes, and why not with a kickoff? It's Rocket Man. A good start for them, 8 seconds in.
Very good start from them. Very quickly as well, and it was Rocket Man all the way by himself. Chooses to go low as he read that the opposition was going to go high, so a nice smooth play there. And we got a 1-0. Last time around, it took the other team 3 seconds to respond. And Minnesota going for their play. Rad over Mar for the trailer. Rad takes it himself there. Wish he was a little bit more willing to share that play, but it's just one of many. So one more time, Minnesota will try and bring possession, and Rad shoves it away.
Smart play by Rad, played into the corner. Should have set up the teammate. A slow play here probably for the better. Ches would have just probably knocked away possession. So fed in the midfield, using those skills to set it up, and it's a mistake on the back line. And because of that, it's a wide open net. Ches tying it up the game. Talked about how long of a response. About 40 seconds after that.
Yep, not bad at all. Not quite the 3 seconds that we saw before, but one more time, we got a fresh game of RL here. So, ball careening towards Blues net, but it's stuck in the corner. Not quite we'll call that a roll .5. Just
a little bit of footsies. We talk about a lot of the correlations. Obviously, Rocket League doesn't really translate as a beautiful save comes out from Eugen there, actually all the way into the midfield.
Able
to bring it back, but we talk about similarities, and Rocket League, ironically enough, completely different game genre, is similar to Smash Brothers.
Oh,
you talk about the fighting game community, the way that the styles work, the grassroots, all that kind of stuff. But then you talk about the footsies of the game, the reading of opponents, that chess match that happens on the field of, hey, I know you've got the ball. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to let you move it forward because I need you to move it forward so I can win the 50. But I'm not going to go because I need you to bring it out of your net. I need to draw. And it's just that constant reactionary play that I think is so awesome to see, especially at the high level now that these players are really starting to understand. It's been an absolute treat watching Rocket League develop over the last 7 years. And
to extend that metaphor, I really think what I always look at with Rocket League, I look at the offensive sets as risk versus reward. Are you going to be safe on block, if you will, right? If you're gonna like double commit and go for that shot, like basically what we saw in the first game when Yugen got the coast to coast goal, that was unsafe on block, but it was such a juicy opportunity. And Mar finds one that, I'll be honest, Lawler, did not expect this one off of this angle.
No, it's a quick shot as well. A lot of people in the corner like that would normally try to control it and then pass it more directly down, kind of like a drop shot. But in this circumstance, to just put it on target, yeah, it's a tough angle. Yes, you're pulling somebody out of net, but for it to go in altogether, it's got to be a good feeling for MSU. A good response here, but a mistake. It's going to be punished. It's rad. Tied up, 251.
Now, the last play was unorthodox. This is the quintessential definition of the double tap. Textbook.
It's a tough one, and it all becomes a mistake on that back line. Mar, from highs to lows, got to find a way to balance out that mental. Something that a lot of players struggle with is they want to pop off and celebrate, but they also need to make sure that those endorphins don't swing so much, which in a game of Rocket League can happen at any time. And case in point, a beautiful pass from Rocket Man down to Yugen. That looks like some Cloud9 stuff from back in Season 5, Season 6.
This was Yugen just pedal to the metal. I'm going to beat you to the ball. I'm going to beat you to the ball.
That was legitimately like squishy off the ceiling, a pass to Gimmick, putting it away. That's what it reminds me of, and I can't give enough praise to those two. So, well played here by MSU. A good response yet again, F-Dot, to keep them in it. The Twins, as they've been playing on their back foot this game so far, as they dribble it back towards their own end.
Another high-scoring game here at the Collegiate Contender Series, but the nuance is important. Defense gets there first. Shout out to Yugen. This game is high-scoring off of good play. Last game was high-scoring off of
chaotic play is probably the best way to go with it.
There you go.
It was all over the place, just trading blows, which again causes Turtle to fall to his knees. So either way, I'm entertained and I'll take it. But
I'm so happy that the teams have said, like, this is great to watch. They've settled in for sure.
Hopefully more of that. As we're into our final 2 minutes here with MSU with the lead. We talked about it towards the tail end and a redirect again. Minnesota doing pretty much the same as the first game, where we talk about, hey, trading blows back and forth, it was a mistake. But as we settle into our offense, we see the capability of what they have. That's a beautiful inlay pass, near post, textbook play yet again.
Yeah, you sit there and you want to say that Yugen should have been further back, but just crafty play by the offense to kind of, I don't want to say surprise, but pull one over on the D. This time around, Yugen in the right place, prevents Rad from turning this into a 4-3 score. So all three, 1, 2, 3 on the clock. And Mom trying to be in the right spot. The defense sphere of influence just shoves him out of the way.
Still Mom lurked in the nearby. Just like mine on my stream, will not let me just do it on my own. Either way, still a good pathing for Mom. Staying in that area, collecting those small boost pads so they can rotate in if they need to. Again, we talk about the rotational play of this. People usually see it as a 1-2-3, but that third player at any point can become the one. They're kind of a flex. If you think of them as like a midfielder in soccer, I got to be on both offense and defense. I need to be able to shoot. I need to be able to move up to make a pass, a shot. And the way you can do that, the only resource in the game that boost, like those small pads, 3 of them is enough to stay in and do literally anything you need to in the game. So operating on low boost, set up some opportunities for the other side in the final 30 seconds. It is MSU on offense. Can they find a way to keep this in? It's not going to be able to deny that corner boost. That could be a problem.
certainly going to have reverberations later on down the line. Right now, MSU kind of clumped up on the side, but Minnesota unable to capitalize off of the coalescence of the team. And as we count our way to overtime, one more opportunity here in regulation for Minnesota. Shoves it, but it hits the ground right in front of the net. So we are counting up now. Sudden death.
Talking about the implications of this one earlier, F-Dot, how important Game 2 really can be, and for this influence, chance to go 2-0 and on match point in this best of 5, a chance to punch their ticket into the grand final. We've seen how difficult it is to kind of bounce back. 3 in a row against a team like Minnesota going to be what I feel like is almost impossible.
Yeah.
As those extra lives have been awarded to them. Can they neutralize? That could have been the dagger for this goal, just off the mark barely, as trying to go for a bump play would have been a good shot from Rad, but now it's up to Mom again. Into the midfield over to a teammate played high. A secondary touch might just do it. As a double commit on defense, it's pinched out, but again, positioning from Mom has been absolutely stellar.
You really see what this Minnesota offense is trying to do. Key point on trying, because MSU is getting in the way, but you are able to visually see these lineups here. Great physical defense coming out from MSU to prevent more of those passing plays.
Again, they expend quite a bit of boost, but it's not for too long. Immediately back in their own half, some small ball play, some shots in, and it's gonna be Mom! All that lurking finally paying off, as again, the opportunity finally presents itself. And it's one thing to get the opportunity, it's another thing to put it away.
Bellissimo. I love the passing plays. Mom, you have said it, I think, 3 times in this game alone. Mom in the right place. Mom with the positioning. Mom just reading his teammates just as much as he's reading the offense, understanding where that ball is going to drop, where he needs to be in order to finish what they started. And honestly, that's why we find Minnesota up 2-0.
There's a lot of times where players feel the need to rotate out way too heavily. They're like, oh, 100 boost, it's an easy way to get back into the game. But that gap, just that small downtime, is where Minnesota has actually been really exploiting the defense. Mom, primarily 12 boost, 24 boost, stays in the field, and just by being there, that open place that would normally be able to kick out pass and a rotation down or a quick team clear just hasn't been available. So big credit and shout outs to Moms and mine back at home. Absolutely love you. And Moms everywhere.
Love you,
for
Mom.
Supporting us and allowing us to do what we do best, while Mom on the field supporting and doing what needs to be done for the team here.
Fresh game here. MSU back against the wall. This team certainly no slouch. Minnesota, though, definitely set the pace yesterday. But MSU, our last game of the broadcast yesterday, also looked very, very capable. And coming into this one, I would not have predicted an all-out sweep whatsoever. And so I am telling y'all right now, I'm rooting for at least the game 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on how this one develops, because MSU's been so close so many times. You're talking 5-3. There was that last second goal, so realistically 5-2 in game 1. They inch a little bit closer. I've talked a lot about this. My co-commentator over on the Version 1 broadcast, Super, has heard me talk about my kind of theory of a 5-game series, the importance of each match. And to me, game 3 is the biggest one. You're talking about the ability to, after 2 games of exposure to a team, play style-wise, you're starting to find your footing. And say the other team is favored, right? Say they have a big advantage towards you. Game 3, by then, you've kind of settled in. You know what pace they're bringing. You kind of know their tendencies. That adjustment period is such a big deal.
It is.
Once you get that game 3, favorite kind of tips in your scale, your play style, the changes you've made are now in an advantage. It's up to the other team to make adjustments, and that's kind of where the tipping of that scale is really at play.
I respect
So game 3 for me is kind of the biggest pivotal. It's the one that usually leans in the other, but based upon the trend that we've seen, 1 goal away, it's about that time. So we'll see what happens. Unfortunately, it is going to be Mom yet again, continuing that prowess from the previous game.
I just want to point out the banner that Mom uses, the Wonder Woman banner. Just love that.
Some of these players pretty cheeky, man. Bob and the Bob Ramen banner, they know what they're up to.
Mom's our hero. So we'll see how it winds up working out. If our Caped Crusader will walk away with the sweep, or if MSU stands up tall and they've got about 3 minutes to do so. Rad's been the spotlight player for a lot of the weekend, believe it or not, because the reason I say believe it or not is because we really haven't said Rad's name much this time around, and as soon as I say that, getting involved on the defensive end is Rad, not just once, but twice.
Rockman did a good job there. Multiple touches and able to create an opportunity again. We talk about chances are there, but you have to be able to put them away. MSU get close. So very close, but with only half a game left to play, that's when it starts to seep in. That doubt, those issues of, can we actually do this? Can we come back? Man, 3 goals, 3 games. That's such an uphill battle. Gonna need one here soon to kind of soften that blow.
So that's the opportunity that MSU needs to capitalize on. You draw the double team and then play off of that. But unfortunately, you highlighted it earlier, very quick to go ahead and find some extra moves, fall back a little too quick in that situation.
It's been tough for them to sustain offense, but this could be the one. A shot on target, it's barred out, and Yugen, of all people, we call his name all weekend long, and there's a definite reason why.
Just up here above the defender. The other two can't get there in time. And so once more, let's try that again. Once more, we see our teams locked up. Who is going to crack besides my voice? That is the question as we count down to what could be the final game of this series. If Minnesota have it their way, you're going to walk away pretty quickly. A couple of demos, 2-on-2 for a matter of moments. But Orange is not in position to take advantage. Shot goes down, and it's wide to the right. Second opportunity is going to be just as clean as they want it to be.
That's just an excellent play from the Twin Cities. You've got a high-flying aerial, unselfish infield. That allows Rad to pick any spot he wants. And then the follow-up, even with Mar. Mar is sitting there, following near post on the backboard, covering high. Falls, drops it low, plays it to the outside. But again, the follow-through. Just too much Minnesota. Their offense, three-headed monster.
Classic give and go. Passer puts themselves in striking position. Easy peasy. So because of that, Minnesota on the cusp of being the first team to qualify into the grand finals. Reminder, #1 team walks away with 10,000 USD in scholarship pricing. So, college out of the Twin Cities certainly looking towards the top. And Michigan, MSU, really not that far away. I think this is plausible, but I think it's possible, but is it plausible?
It's been the difficulty. They saw last time when we talked to Yugen, hey, we needed to settle down. Solo plays are starting to work. That hasn't been the case here. A lot of those challenges have been quite aggressive by the Twin Cities, doing a great job of stopping these plays before they develop. So again, I think there's a lot of space to be utilized in the midfield. These infield passes, something that you just dish correctly. That comes down to the positioning. Pair that with the demo, they've got wide open nets. Easier said than done.
Count it down, folks. 6 seconds on the clock. And we're on the wrong side of the map if you're rooting for MSU. Minnesota looking to ground it. Ches puts it down! And Minnesota are your first players to the grand finals.
Living up to the hype. That's 2 games in a row. We saw their positioning, their capabilities, obviously, from the previous series. And all throughout yesterday, one of the top favorites. I think they went 5-1 overall. And now here, 2 back-to-back, punching them into the grand finals. I expect nothing less from Minnesota in that offense.
A clean sweep of 3-0. Michigan State certainly looked strong, but in these semifinals, unable to really bring it home. Turtle, looking at how Minnesota was able to find this sweep, how confident were you walking in versus walking out?
The first game I was like, what's going on? because it was like back and forth. It was crazy amounts of shots from both teams, and then Minnesota, to me, stabilized a lot on the offense. Shout out to Rad. That dude in overtimes is like the best combo on the planet. Rad clutches it up so much for Minnesota. The fact that they have him, he kind of reminds me of what Turtle brings to Maryland. They've got that star power. They're a little bit different in the way that they play, but the impact, in my opinion, is the same. And then Mom was coming through with so many shots as well. I'm very confident in that squad and their ability to close out games, which is something that doesn't happen a lot with these teams who are trying to make it to the RLCS and be a top-level contender.
Well, this is one of those series where I'm just absolutely glad to have talent like you alongside, because as we roll the tape, this one just really out of control for me. The first one, like we said, a little bit of sloppy play, but the teams kind of lucked up and boiled down and got a little bit more confident in their play. Once we rolled into game number 2, we saw a little bit more standard play, what we expect for sure, but hard for me to really put my finger on exactly how these teams were kind of making this happen. And so, Turtle, that's why I turned to you in a match like this, because from the outside looking in, it just looks like this.
That one doesn't even go in.
Oh!
That, I think, is really the iconic moment and the descriptor of this series.
Yeah, 100%. And I think moving forward, there's a couple of things to pick up on. I mean, no defense is going to be perfect at the end of the day, but for me, I just liked what I saw from Minnesota because it felt so consistent. The pressure was always on. They were hitting their shots. The defense, while there were a couple of misses like that from the backboard from Mom, it was still good offensive plays. There weren't just free nets given away, and that's crucial whenever your backs are against the wall, you feel the nerves. Having a foundation that you can rely on when you get nervous is so important.
I think that's what excites me most is even though they don't have the most consistent play, there's still mistakes. They always find ways to respond.
Exactly.
You don't have to play perfect, but the fact that through the resiliency and everything else that they're facing, like, okay, hey, we made a mistake here. You know what? We'll get a couple back. It's fine. No big deal. So,
and Rad's a beast.
Mom's my MVP.
Really?
Straight up. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're a Mom fan. I'm a Rad fan. Are you? Which one? You
Let's go Chaz, baby.
You're going Chaz. Come on. You're not just gonna pick Rad, the greatest player here.
So you've got Rad, the kind of like clutch guy. You've got Mom, always in the right position. Ches, the glue guy.
The glue.
And I think all three of them are the reason why they find themselves in these grand finals. MSU dropped down. They will play for third place. There is a difference between third and fourth, so we will play that one out. But next up is IU versus UMD. And Turtle, I think this one is going to be a little. I expect less chaos in this one.
Yeah. Less chaos? Come on, dude. Turtle's going to be the aggressor, creating chaos.
Oh, I don't mean it's going to be less frenetic or slower. I just mean it's going to be more controlled gameplay.
Okay, that's what you expect. See, for me, do you think Minnesota's not controlled? You think Minnesota's just all over the place?
I think MSU is a little bit like a top running out of gas.
Okay.
And Minnesota had to kind of try and catch them. Like catching a greased pig, basically.
I understand that.
That's what that game kind of felt like, where it was just a little slightly out of hand. I think this next one with Maryland might be a little bit more traditional.
It's kind of like you know what you're going to get. The previous series was you go to a restaurant and you say, just give me the best option, waiter. That's what I want. And you don't know what's going to come.
You get squid ink pasta.
Exactly. And then this next one, you're like, okay, no, I want the cereal. Give me a bowl of cereal right now.
You go to a restaurant and order a bowl of cereal?
I've never seen a restaurant sell cereal, but that'd be a good idea.
I mean, getting stew at a restaurant is never a bad choice.
Normalize cereal at restaurants on the menu.
Don't do that.
2022. I almost said 2020.
We have one more matchup before we find ourselves in our grand finals, and it's going to be Indiana University, Tide, Biggie, and Jax. And they will go head-to-head against who have wound up being kind of the main character this weekend in the University of Maryland. So Tide, Big E, and Jax made CRL last spring. I actually commentated them in the Big Show and got a chance to see some of these players and some of the squad. And very, again, I cheated. I know these guys. They play Controlled Rocket League.
Yeah. Maybe that's the consistency that you were expecting, the bowl of cereal that will get delivered to your table. And I have not personally seen anything out of Indiana University. And this is going to be exciting because I'm scouting who is going to be able to match up to the prowess of Turtle, Spice, and JD Knight. And JD Knight in particular was the guy who took charge in that series. We talked a lot about Turtle. Spice, of course, was getting 50-50 win after a 50-50 win. But JD Knight had so much part in the last 2 goals that won that series.
Talking about that, got to echo that sentiment. JD Knight, if you continue to push up the field, you stop that offense a little bit, create those opportunities, you should be in a good spot. But watch out for Big E. He's a big fan of mine, so I got to be a big fan of his today.
Wow.
It's going to be a good one. It's gonna be a good one.
Bias. So if I'm a big fan of you, are you a big fan of me?
Dude. Sure.
I'm a big fan of this guy.
Oh, wow.
Big fan of
3
you too?
fans. Matt's going to be ready. We're going to jump into it. And so, Lawler, putting you on the spot. Prediction, please.
Indiana. GG easy. Go next.
All right. I like that. Again,
Man.
Maryland has been kind of one of the marquee squads up here.
He'd be
so
like,
to hear Lawler lean towards Indiana.
oh, dude, I'm a big fan of JD Knight. Oh, he's really going to be. And then we're, can we get a prediction, Lawler? Indiana. GG easy. Go next. I see how it is, Lawler. Absolute bias towards your own fans, but I respect it. I respect it. Game number 1 underway. Let's go ahead and get into the action. In the previous series, I think they scored within like the first 10 seconds. That's what it's come down to a lot. These kickoffs have been heavily impactful on who gets started and can build some momentum early on.
Ooh.
And maybe we get something out of Indiana. Ty getting bumped around, trying to find possession, fight for it himself. And then here comes the 50-50 legend himself, Spice.
First scoring opportunity off of a demo went awry for IU. Now this time around, they have to play a little bit of defense. Is UMD doing a great job?
Oh my! Look at that passing. We don't see too much of that out of some of these collegiate teams where they're using each other to get out of their own half. It's just relying on big. Like, look at that! There's just one massive clear down the other side. It proved to be somewhat effective, but what we saw out of Indiana was they used each other, and right here, they're trying to find each other for a pinch. It's creative, it's unique, and I'm already a big fan of Indiana because of what they're doing on the defensive side. It's creating opportunities as well. They don't get one, but they had a solid look.
Well, UMD has it set up here, the trailer with the shot, but it's a little bit of an unjuiced shot because IU winds up getting a hand on it. So no power behind that one. Splice barreling towards the net and finds it with the push-in. And UMD is the first on the board.
Spice and 50-50s is unbelievable. This dude keeps pushing forward, and then he lands in the proper spot next to Turtle, forcing the goalkeeper to get a poor touch. And at the end of the day, you want to see that go into the corner. Not the ideal hit from Indiana, and because of it, UMD strike.
Right now, ooh, quick jump out. And again, UMD with possession for the moment. I'll check that. I don't think anybody has possession.
No, look at this, look at this. Look at the passing, It's too much for UMD. They are looking at each other. When the ball is behind the half line, they try to see, okay, where's my teammates? Is it better to go for more possession here or just get a booming clear? And the decision-making has been on point.
Tough stuff. Pie in the sky here. And tied at 1. Tied in the corner as well.
Was that a pun? Tied at 1.
The player's name is Tied.
Tied. There's got to be a better way to use that. Not saying your way was poor. I hope you don't take offense to that. I'm sorry.
I'm very offended.
Okay, I'm sorry. Spice, please. There's some puns you can do with spice as well. Like the best spice to add to a seasoned shot.
I don't get it.
I'll stop. I don't know what.
I don't understand. UMD, you make a pun there. Remember the PSP UMDs?
The UMD from PSPs, dude, my PSP got stolen from me. You just reminded me. Oh my goodness. Somebody came over to my house and then just left with my PSP and I never saw it again.
That's really rude.
For real. And you know what else is rude? More shots from Indiana, and it's wide open, but the first touch from Tide goes to the right side of the net. That could have been a good moment to punish had the first touch been better, but they still maintain possession off of it, adding more and more pressure. Tide coming again as that third man. He's getting involved. Tide has been that man who pushes forward similar to how Turtle does for UMD.
Well, I think Tide has had to really get involved.
Bro, he's everywhere. He is again.
Big E trying to push things forward. Spice gets involved in the middle of it, but can't set up the teammate. And I had predicted a little bit more of a controlled game, but we're just seeing a mosh pit here, I think, for the majority of game number 1. Ball in mid.
Oh. Okay, I like the read from Spice. And that's a classic dribble play. In their previous series, he was going for a lot of controlled, more slower paced shots, and that's another shot from Spice, and he's not going to rely or fall on that crutch of controlling the ball. It's one booming pass all the way downfield, then gets the response in the corner and takes charge.
See, we are seeing exactly the opposite of what I kind of predicted.
Yeah.
I predicted kind of small ball, maybe half-pitch action, but we are really seeing kind of reactive gameplay off of, oh, wow, look, there's an angle I have, bang, puts it in. And so midfield passes to clear open nets. But at the moment,
right,
IU looking for their reply.
I think
Tide not in the right spot.
For me, a big part of why we're seeing this level of gameplay and this style of gameplay is because these teams are relatively matched when it comes to speed.
Which is what we said earlier.
Yeah, and if one of these teams had the upper hand in speed, the other would have to slow things down and stop challenging as fast as they are. But we've seen several opportunities created for both sides just because of their own pace and how fast they can get up to these balls, especially whenever they're lobbed in front of the net. There's some space for Big E. Gets past one, but a really good touch from Spice is going to make it harder for them. And then they can transition out. Thankfully, Spice just booms it downfield. They have the lead. The final 10 seconds, game
There's
1.
Opportunity.
Unless Big E can say something about it, it's saved, but the pressure is still on.
Triple commit is good.
Oh, man. Oh, he caught it.
No answer. Just kidding. Tide can't make it happen. And Maryland are the ones that come up on top in game number 1. I look at this situation here, and Maryland, better offense, I would say, more so than a lack of defense on the other side.
Shout out to Spice. Spice came through in that corner. One shot, one pull, and he's hitting the top corner. That's the type of efficiency you're going to need against Indiana, who's a team we just saw in the stats. And also the fun fact, they competed in CRL last spring. They have experience. They're a well-rounded team at that. I don't see any major flaws in the defense. And I'm impressed because Maryland, I didn't think they'd be able to match the pace given the seeding, given the experience of Indiana. But they're coming out here and there's no hesitation whatsoever. That ball gets popped up into the air. You've got somebody on the orange team up and ready to commit.
Dangerous. Ball goes from left side to right side of Blue's goal, and orange isn't there to toe tap it in. Midfield. Spice can't keep it on their side, so all of a sudden you see UMD playing defense. Big E slowly has the ball, but no control of it. Tide trying to set up the mid-lane trailer, but there is none. And so one more time, Jack tries to shove, but just another booming clear.
Big E trying to cause and wreak some havoc on the opposite side. Good midfield pass and a quick shot from Jax. This was a 1-2 routine play, but it was executed flawlessly.
This is one. Tide sees that in the corner and goes, Jax, you've already scored this.
Yeah.
Absolutely knows what's going down. I mean, that is what you ask for out of your teammates. An important goal to be scored here as UMD took game number 1, so IU the first on the board in G2.
And that's what gives me more confidence in Indiana is what started out in game 1 was passing between themselves in their own half, and now it seems like they've learned how to do it on offense. They've transitioned forward, and they're going for even more passes. And that kind of consistency and using their teammates will prove to be much more fatal for Maryland's defense than, just relying on Spice on offense. That's something that I don't think will prevail throughout the entire series as another shot saved by Maryland. The pressure has been what felt like unsurpassable, but they do bury themselves out, get some momentum forward.
Maryland with control. Maryland can't find the angle, but still has possession. Unless Tide has something to say about it. Dribbling by himself. Pass one, pass two, pass to nobody, because he does it himself. Tide puts goal number 2 on the board.
This started in the corner. The corner, F-Dot. Dribbles it all the way to the other side, past 2 defenders, a flick past the 3rd. Indiana up 2 goals, and they've done it in style.
That is pretty Rocket League. You love to see it. And Indiana University down 1-0, up 2 goals to none here in game 2. That's how you respond. That said, still 3 minutes on the board, a lot of Rocket League to be played, so don't count those chickens.
No, sir.
Because they ain't hatched yet.
But we do see the diversity between Indiana. The first goal was a very clean and routine passing play. Then the second, a solo play. A lot of layers here on IU. And a third one is going to go in favor of the blue side. Jax takes advantage of that beautiful corner pass, then gets the double tap pinch, sort of, using the bottom side of his car that had no power on it, but as long as it's accurate, it'll go in.
Honestly, Big E probably has that goal even without the Jax second hit.
That's ridiculous.
That's Jax just trying to get his stats up a little bit.
Oh, man. You feel for Big E because he's like, I got it, nope. And here comes Jax all the way behind him, steals it.
And E's just sitting here like, bro, I scored that.
I had that shot, man. But
well,
you're not going to care. Oh, and you're not going to care at all because $25,000 are up for grabs. You're going to steal the goal if you have to, whatever it takes to secure it. And F-Dot, you're looking beautiful. Indiana University looking even more beautiful on the pitch, 4-0.
And that's really, again, that's how you're going to bounce back. That's what you're looking for. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 in a row. And that time, Big E gets his bite.
We have more than 2 minutes to go, and we're getting all of these flicks. 5 goals from Indiana. Is this what you expected, F-Dot? Is this something that was routine? No.
Honestly, I expected more out of Indiana in game 1, and I expect more out of UMD here in game 2. But sometimes, and especially in a rhythm game like Rocket League, you just catch it. You just catch that lightning.
Oh my. Hold on. If this comeback happens, F-Dot, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to hype it up. There were 3 players in the same spot for Indiana. UMD just gets given a free shooting lane. They're going to take advantage of it. Maybe there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm not saying that.
You're not saying that. You genuinely don't see a world where UMD can score 4 goals.
I mean, of course, it's Rocket League. It's possible. But
okay,
however,
never mind. You should have just doubled down. It would have been genius.
I mean, Big E gets the okie doke for sure. But really, so on a serious note, Indiana scores 4 there, and 2, 3 of them are textbook plays.
Yeah.
One of them is kind of like an, oh wow, that went in, and then I know what their comms sound like. They're having they're laughing, they're having fun with it, and then oh wow, Maryland really pulled one also up on us. Calm down. Cool it down, boys. Chill out.
Yeah.
And then back in here. IU scores 1, and they're right back in possession, taking shots on goal. Jax puts one up, a little wide, and the defense gets there first, but they're right back clocked in.
Yeah, and there have been 1 or 2 punishing goals where it's big, clear mistakes from UMD, but other than that, we've gotten fancy dribbles out of IU. Really good vision from a player on the left side who's finding a teammate in the midfield, and they go for that pass, using everyone as much as possible. And I think vision, as I mentioned, is the main thing out of Indiana. UMD are playing somewhat tunnel vision moving forward. They're not looking for each other as much, and I think that's going to plague them and something they need to fix moving into game 3. Turtle, 1 for the road.
Oh, I knew it was happening. Watch this replay. Indiana just clumped up like a bad hair day, and Maryland takes advantage of it. Nobody there, and Turtle's able to just bring it home. 6-2, so avoiding
Avoiding the Brazil. That's it. I genuinely think Brazil is painful. Like, obviously, you'd much rather lose a game 6-1 than 7-1. Oh, but I think it's that big of a difference. Like, if I lose a game 4-1 or 5-1, they're the same to me.
Yep.
But 6-1 and 7-1, that's a huge difference.
It's the meme number.
Yeah.
Listen, that's part of the beauty of sport. You have your tradition and legacy. You see it in Dota.
Yeah.
You see it here. There are just certain scores that you can't get.
You got to avoid them.
It's cursed.
You have to avoid them, and UMD has done that. So at least that's a small dub they can take from game 2. They took the main dub in game 1, taking the main L in game 2, but a micro dub because they've avoided the Brazil. 3 seconds remaining. Indiana, this is what we expected when it comes to competing in the CRL League. Having a team that has experience, and they have brought it today against Maryland.
Like a train off the rails, IU goes ahead and just brings it on home. 6 goals in this one, and a couple of them just looked textbook.
Yeah.
They really looked like one step ahead of their competition sometimes on that pitch.
And it's impressive to be able to pull that many tricks out of your hat. I mean, you've got the dribble plays, you've got the passing plays, more solo plays in the air. It felt like they had the advantage with speed. And that's why I'm excited, because a lot of blowout games you'll just see like, oh my, what is this defense doing? They're just giving up 4 or 5 goals, but that wasn't the case. This was all Indiana making the plays, creating them, and not just punishing on every goal.
And that's the thing, is when you go for your first, second, third, fourth opportunity on the same possession, you are breaking down the defense. You are causing the opponent to have poor defense. It's not like they triple committed on the first shot. You caused players to be out of order. And I think that's a really big nuance that sometimes can be missed.
Let's see. The phone is ringing in Maryland. Question is, will they pick up the call? You get Turtle, who comes through with superstar-like mechanics. Hello. Makes opportunities himself. Or maybe we get JD Knight. The corners were ridiculous from him. He was winning 50-50s and putting shots on target from the corners.
Help.
Or maybe Spice with the solo plays, who's been hitting the gym, winning challenges, going berserk. Let's see if it comes out against Indiana so far. The first minute come and gone. Big E looking for a fake. Finds it, and then off the backboard we go. Jackson, and the follow-up, it's high. The setup was eye candy after that, but the execution, not so much.
Yeah, just a pretty play. Didn't have the accuracy. We'll try again. And this time, JD Knight is able to get involved on the defensive end. Big E can't keep it on this side, but Jax can.
Yeah.
And off the assist from the teammate.
The bump,
Big
the bump,
E
the
gonna
bump.
watch it. Helps, gets physical. But UMD now in control.
I like the communication from Indiana. We saw on that possession, the third man would oftentimes turn, and as I'm talking about Indiana, Spice comes here, grabs a piece of duct tape, and puts it over my mouth for talking about the other team. There's a bump on the backboard. Spice comes through. Talk about routine plays. That's certainly one of them.
Yep. Making sure to finish how it all started. It's 2:30 here in Minnesota, but it's 3:30 on the clock in our game 3 of the top side bottom side semifinal. Minnesota actually sitting in grand finals, waiting for the victor of this set. And Spice, a strong defensive player this time around, trying to start a set on offense. Nice job for Blue to get there first.
All right, Spice. This is my player to watch in game number 3. I think his 50-50s are going to create more opportunities than you could think. It was a good touch, but Tide was even better positioned off the backboard. Big E looking for a double tap follow-up, doesn't find one, and Tide can crash the net. Look at these rotations. I think Indiana, they're down a goal, but the rotations feel cleaner, very tight-knit. There's always somebody who could turn, and that requires clear communication to make sure, okay, you're going back for a boost. I'm going to turn early so we can keep the possession forward. A double tap is free for Tide, and he finds a way to hit it.
That completely off of the demo from the teammate. That play on the left corner would have come up and prevented that from happening, but bang, the demo makes it happen. Because of that, we are tied.
Indeed we are. Maryland They started off strong, and now they've fizzled out, but they've got some offensive pressure. Could rejuvenate them. Not sure what we're going to witness out of them. I think that Turtle's been kind of quiet. I'm not going to lie. He's been a little bit quiet. He's bumping. He's getting physical.
Scary.
I want to see more out of the man who's repping our name proudly.
Your name?
Yes.
My name is not Turtle.
Well, maybe your name is.
Maybe it is, actually. Is my name Turtle?
Not sure, Mr. F-Dog.
It'd be really funny if the next time our lower third shows up and says Turtle.
That'd be great. Everybody's name is Turtle. The Turtle takeover would be immaculate, but we would need inspiration. If everybody's name is going to turn into Turtle, we need to see him make some impact on the field.
Well said. We'll see if it winds up happening. $1:30 to go. Tied at 1, both in-game and out. Jack's here, playing D. 2 players in net, 1 player shooting.
My.
But it's going to be Indiana looking to turn things around and send it to the other side.
Maryland have got the metal detectors. They're searching for this goal. This is ridiculous. Trying to find it from the corner, the right side, the left side. Shots coming in from all angles, and Indiana's defense has prevailed. The question is, how long can it last? How long can it retain this strength, good passes? And maybe that's what we're missing. Indiana, a pass came in from the midfield, but that's all we're getting from Maryland. Very linear, direct plays, just going straight towards the net, like this from JD Knight. I want to see more passing from them that's not as direct. Something that could throw Indiana off.
That's where the success of both teams have come from. As Big E sits down for a couple of seconds, it's the passing plays that have really brought, again, both teams their victories. So I'm with you. I'm always down to see a pretty solo play, but that is not how these teams have found their dubs today. It's been about sharing the ball, sharing the moment, and sharing the victory.
Tied. Go for the bump.
Can't make it happen by himself. Doesn't have help from the teammate, and there it is. Told you can't do it by yourself. Jax off of the assist from Tide and Big E. That's a 3-man play.
I mean, this just reminds me of that Pokemon move. I don't even know what it's called, where you skip the next turn to reserve and save your energy. Bide. That's it. And then the next move, you come out with this insane high damage attack. That's exactly what Indiana just did. They got the 3rd goal now. They were stuck on defense, conserving their energy, using Bide, and they come out with explosive firepower.
Indiana University, just like that. 3 goals to win game 3, baby. We'll see if UMD can, I don't want to take one for the road, but either way, a fantastic end to game number 3. Indiana University now looking up as they might find themselves in the grand finals. Still have a game to go.
For me, it feels like that's the way this is going to unfold because of how this game went down. Maryland had a lot of confidence, had that possession. We talked about them being on the forefront of the battle, putting in shots, trying to at least put in these shots, put them away. And that's demoralizing. Now I'm worried about the mental side for Maryland. You have all of these shots, all of this pressure. Nothing goes in, and then it's one transition, one counterattack that's going to break down your defense. That's got to hurt.
It does. It does have to hurt. However, I look at the way University of Maryland has been playing all weekend, and I have to say, I think their mental is pretty strong. This is a squad that we've seen them get beat down before, and they were able to respond with big victories.
Does this change knowing it's playoffs? I mean, we were in group stage. We knew they had a couple of extra lives, right? A couple of more matches. Maybe it changes the playoffs.
I find that teams with strong mental just get stronger the less room they have to breathe. Well, I wonder if that's going to be the case here.
Ooh, you're talking about room to breathe. Big E took all the oxygen away from Maryland. Off the backboard, hold your breath, F-Dot, and then when it goes in, you can release it.
Indiana University first on the board here. And still a ton of time to respond.
But the passing. It's starting to bug me after that, I'm not going to lie, because Maryland looks so good. They look so good. The vision just isn't on par with Indiana. I want them to pass more coming out of their own end. Let's see. There's a player on the left side. What does Turtle do with it? Does he go to the left side? He does. More of that is needed for them to have better transitions and more threatening offense.
Needed a little bit more space to make that play happen, but the mentality was there. They had the right thought process. And so if UMass gets a second shot, they might be able to clean that up a little bit and make it happen. For now, hanging out in the mid. Turtle keeping it on the good side for them. And Spice prevents the runaway by Jax. Ball centered.
Okay.
But nobody in position.
And I'm not going to lie, my confidence in Maryland when they get pressure like this isn't at an all-time high at all. It's actually at an all-time low given how last game turned out. They were dealing and pushing a lot of pressure onto the defense of Indiana, but one transition caught them on the wrong foot, and a free goal was given. Like, this could be the end, or the second goal for Indiana. It doesn't happen. And here's the thing. University, Minnesota Twin Cities are sitting, waiting patiently in the grand finals. This is the match point for Indiana University. Money is on the line. Pride is on the line. Several different things need to come to fruition for Maryland if they want to put up a fighting chance. And we'll see. Who will it be? Spice, Turtle, J.D. Knight. All three players have stepped up before. This is now the time to give it and bring everything you've got, Efton.
I mean, absolutely. This is your trip to the grand finals. Loser plays against Bugan and MSU. So you've got to step up. There are no more chances for University of Maryland should they drop this one. Big E in the right spot. Tide carrying it with the reset. Nobody on the trail. And so it's just a nice, easy catch for J.D. Knight.
What is that clear? Oh, my word. Big E smacked it to the other side. 2:13 on the clock. Jax looking for a good bounce off the top of the dome. Doesn't find it. And the time is running out. Indiana University are more than fine sitting on the back foot. Big E's getting bullied, slapped around, beaten up, but then he makes a recovery and gets a touch off the ceiling, and it's a pass back to his defense. Lovely composure out of Indiana.
Right now, Indiana keeping it on Orange's half. University of Maryland not going to like that. Looking to turn things around. Shovel pass towards the mid. Big E in front to prevent the scoring opportunity. Spice and Jax climbing the ladder, and ultimately it will stay Big E's ball.
Here we go.
Tide looking for the response, but University of Maryland gets there first.
Offense spreading like wildfire out of Maryland. We have seen this before. What is going to break up this curse? They need one goal at the very least just to send us to overtime. It's been an immaculate series from both sides. Good work, good hustle, of course, from both teams. But at the end of the day, only one shall move on. Big E looks for a double tap, gets some creative footwork in, and then the shot comes in. It was wide. Not the best execution, but Tide is taking it slow, and it's a patient approach. This man can just take it himself. Think about all of the time that was wasted off the clock, F-Dot, just from that one drive forward.
He's been doing a lot of work, now getting physical, taking out Turtle. And Indiana with the power play, just looking to get it out of their half. Not really concerned. You know, the word I'm going to use to describe Indiana, unbothered.
Tide's unbothered to watch that one go in all the way from his own half. Was it a double tap? Where's this? Okay, he did get the follow-up. I was wondering. I thought that just slipped in, but it was essentially just one huge shot from midfield, crossbar down. That's security. That's the second goal, and it might just be what sends them into the grand finals. All they need to do is withstand a little bit of pressure, and they're facing off against the University of Minnesota Twin Cities.
And if you're on Indiana, listen, you are thanking Tide. He has washed this team. Fantastic prowess.
Another one.
And one for fun. Big E scores it at the buzzer. And it's 3-0.
And you understand why, everybody from Maryland is pushing forward. But that's going to be it. Indiana University head to the grand finals. We have our matchup, the two teams that are going to face off and fight for $10,000 coming out of first place.
A spaceman sweep for Indiana University. U of M will go ahead and play against MSU for the third place position. But Indiana coming on through and grabbing 3 after the initial loss. Very emphatic response here, Lawler, as we see what Indiana can do once they... Oh, that's how you play Maryland? Bet.
Yeah, we talked about that offense. Again, it was interesting to watch in the very first game because it was such a fast-paced game, right? Like, constant going and going, and it's like, Indiana, you are faster than them. If you just use that speed to slow it down, they will be flying all over the place and whiffing left and right. And once they kind of got into their form, it's like, that's when I know. That 6-1 game, whatever it was going to be, it really got out of hand. That's what I expect out of Indiana. They're going to be a tough fight in that grand final.
Without a doubt. They really settled down in that game, too. Game number 1, though, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how Maryland was able to get their wheels out of them.
It was spice, man. I mean, he took it into his own hands. He went by himself from his own half all the way into the air, past 1, maybe even 2 players, setting up Turtle, and it just looked like they were hungry for better shots, more creative shots. And the defense from Indiana was scrambling. They were positioning themselves, much farther forward. And maybe it was the early shots from Maryland that caught them off guard. Slowly, like you said, Lawler, they decided, okay, we can outpace them, but we're not just going to fly at every single ball. We're going to be explosive when we need to, go for dribbles like this when we need to, but also utilize that speed at specific moments, not just every second flying high.
I mean, you have to change it up, right? When you've got the capabilities of both these teams and they want to play fast and fast and fast, it makes you one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Indiana really excels, is they do have the ability to mix it up. They can't slow it down. They can't dribble. You saw how much space was being provided in that midfield. And it's like, why would I move this downfield and immediately make it, as you're rotating back, right into your lap? Let me slow this down. Let me slot one top right with a nice flick. Like, those types of things, that diversification of offense is what makes Indiana so scary.
And they had to deal with a lot of pressure. I mean, on Neo Tokyo, literally it came down to one transition down the other side after holding on to and blocking what felt like 4, 5, maybe even 6 shots from Maryland. So the fact that they can turtle up a bit on defense and then explode out of their own half, it baits in the opposition and creates a really good strategy moving forward into the grand finals.
Well, after an afternoon of play, we have our table set. Minnesota's going to be playing up against Indiana University after Minnesota takes down MSU and the number 1 seed from today, UIUC. Indiana has to make it through University of Maryland and Rutgers in order to wind up in this spot. So down there, MSU and UMD will play for their third place position. And just a reminder, we started with 14 teams yesterday, so everyone on your screen is taking home at least some of the money to bring home to their school in scholarship prizing. So honestly, listen, in the pro scene, I don't always do it, but shout out to everybody out here. I think really fun kind of watching these kids play.
Yeah, definitely. And listen, it's scripted. The team from Minnesota, we're in Minnesota. You can't make that up, Lawler. You can't make it up.
We just did.
This guy.
We didn't make it up.
This is why he gets the big bucks.
The players did. What can I say?
They had the largest crowd support, too, coming out. We had them getting loud yesterday in the group stage. Maybe that was fueling the fire a bit to head them and make them go into the grand finals. And we've got a juicy matchup. I think this could and should. It better go the distance or we're going to have some problems.
I think it's going to be a tougher battle for sure.
Okay.
I think, obviously, if you guys want to even see my notes, it literally says GG easy.
Yes.
Like, I wrote it down. I'm like, it's over. I knew it was going to happen. Indiana's a team that, again, if they continue to build off of what they just had, obviously there's going to be a little bit of a down period, so it's fairness going into that grand final. But if they can continue to diversify that offense, show different looks, passes infield, high-flying plays, dribbles, those three-headed monsters of offenses are just so tough to stop out. But I do like Minnesota's offense as well. Their challenges in the midfield are going to be make or break, and Mom lurking. It's up to Mom.
You're talking about Mom. I'm talking about Rad, okay? Rad.
Mom sets it all up, man.
Mom
Rad's
and
got to
Rad.
knock it down, though.
I'm talking about grand finals. Indiana University going head-to-head against Minnesota Twin Cities. Grand finals after this. Hello, what's good, and welcome to the grand finals of the Collegiate Contender Series. We've worked all weekend to find ourselves here. The table is set, and now it's chow time, baby. F-Dot joined here by Lawler and my man Isaac App. And as we jump on in, it has been an exciting tournament so far, but I think we have the most exciting finals we could have asked for.
Minnesota, Indiana, we got the hometown favorites going up against the #1 seed overall. Storybook ending, one might say.
Yeah, this is the best possible situation I think we could have ended up with. We got the experienced team Indiana, have that CRL backing coming up against the hometown state, and they had all that crowd cheering for them. A lot of hype behind them. Rad, Mom in particular, but of course Indiana. I mean, that series we just came off of really showed their potential, the diversity, the depth in that offensive squad, and their ability to withstand and sustain a lot of pressure on the defense.
You're not wrong. If you're just joining us, though, it's been a weekend of competition. We started with 14 teams in 2 groups yesterday, and we cut that in half and found us with 8 squads to fill a single elimination bracket. MSU was successful until the semis, and UMD was successful until the semis. They'll find themselves in that 3rd place match that'll happen off screen. Minnesota, though, ran as well as Indiana University, as we said. So this has been real exciting. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, we've seen some fantastic play, and we've seen kind of some places where we could see some growth. I think that's the beauty of Collegiate Rocket League when it comes down to it. These rosters, though, normally this is where I say evenly matched. I don't think that's untrue, but I think Indiana University is coming in with a head of steam.
Yeah, I was trying to do a little bit of analysis on this before we came into this match, and I think the easiest way is strength of schedule. You look at who their opponents have been. You're talking Rutgers and Maryland are both top 6, top 10 teams easily. On the other side, Ohio State is in that conversation as well as Michigan, but Michigan was kind of a last pick in. They had a tiebreaker against Madison. There was some really close series from them. So strength of schedule definitely leans in favor of Indiana, but you can't ignore what they've been accomplishing. They were the #1 overall coming in, which means that consistency is what I'm looking forward to throughout their league play.
And when you look at the teams, I mean, Tide was coincidentally making waves on that roster in their last series. I think I was most impressed with him from Indiana. That was the first time I've seen them compete. And after one time, I've already been convinced that they have the advantage coming in here in Minnesota. Obviously, a team that you can't shy away from or disrespect yourself, but it's going to be a tough, bloody battle.
What we've seen out of Minnesota this weekend has been really impressive.
What's happening?
You took my pen.
This is your pen? I'm so sorry.
So rude.
These pens are sick, by the way. Is it just me? But these pens are, like, awesome. We all noticed these pens when we came in. I just had to make a point of it.
Couldn't let it go.
Well, I mean, real talk. While we wait for Grand Finals to get started, we're here at Wisdom Studios in the Mall of America, live from Minnesota, and what an excellent studio space this has been.
It's sick.
Very cool to be here, and a great team as well. So as you jump from place to place, it's great to be here.
I've never seen a place, especially with esports, where you're at a mall. You could just walk around. You could just come in here and be like, oh, hey, what's this? What's up? What's happening here? Come in here, get exposed to esports, which is very difficult to do unless you're online yourself.
Yeah, if you've never been in this space. So I grew up, obviously, from the Midwest, grew up and born and raised in Wisconsin. And the Mall of America was this like grandiose thing that I was just like, it's a mall. But then you get here and you're like, yeah, but there's a roller coaster in the mall and a log ride with like splash mountain kind of stuff. It's insane. So being able to walk upstairs, you see a massive LED screen with like a rotating esports. The coverage for us is out live. So when people are walking by, why go to the movie theater when you come in here, hang out, and just have a good time?
Well, it's a beautiful location for a beautiful competition. We have a beautiful grand finals coming at you right now. One more time, it's Minnesota Twin Cities going head-to-head against Indiana University.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our grand finals here at the Collegiate Contender Series. Lawler on the cast alongside Turtle. We got Minnesota versus Indiana. Battle of Titans coming through, and curious on how this one's going to play out. Obviously, Turtle, we've seen their stories develop over this weekend, and some pretty interesting narratives, I would say, coming into it.
Yeah. I mean, of course, this player himself, I wanted to talk about him, but he didn't even have enough time to get the save because Big E absolutely obliterated this shot. This is the best way to come out into a grand finals matchup. 13 seconds in, and you hit a home run, Lawler.
Again, he does it on his own, and a lot of it is that setup. It looks like it's going to be a big clear off that side wall, but instead, off the ceiling, has some space, team rotating back, and a good shot on target. Either way, a good start as it pinches to the left side wall. Looks like Tide potentially could add a touch. But all the way back the other way, a high pop. This could be a dangerous one. A good demo paired with it on the back end, a shot, and that one has to connect. They had the setup, it was perfect.
Oh, here we go. Okay, oh, what a dunk from Chez. Big, ambitious plays from everybody on the side of UMN. This is ridiculous stuff. Mom off the backboard, crashes the net. Chez got the 50-50, the dunk at that, and a big response early on.
Good fake and call off as well. Mom comes flying in, and Chez looks like he wants to get a second touch off that back wall, but instead says, hey, fake it. It's a free shot for me. And they respond evenly. Well done here on the back end by Minnesota. Again, we talk about their offense. As long as they don't keep it one-dimensional, it's been Mom. I've been singing the praises, and that is exactly why.
Lawler, I don't like saying it, but you were right. I thought it was going to be Rad coming in. He still might show up, but in game one, Mom is sending everybody to daycare. This is ridiculous stuff from him.
Telling this IU team to take a nap as they've been put in timeout according to Turtle. Hopefully no dunce cap on the top and they can bounce back. Should be interesting to see on how it develops. Still a lot of gameplay left. 4 minutes to go. And already 3 goals to show for it. A pretty ridiculous rate, if you ask me, either way. A little bit of chippy play on the back end. Some bumps and plays in front of the net. Nobody there for the follow-up as it's played to the side wall, but Jax, good positioning, trying to play it around, but it's met again by Mom. The positioning from Mom, always willing, always eager to get involved.
For me, it's these fast rotations. Somebody's always turning, whether or not it's the second man or the third man coming out. They'll take the midfield boost, turn quickly, and keep the pressure going. It's releasing a lot of pressure from having to go back all the way to your own half, take the corner boost, and then deal with the opposition. Instead, an early turn, and you can keep the ball on the other side. Then when they are stuck on defense, big clears down the other side, finding open space, clear shots, a corner shot even. And Minnesota are relentless. Game one, it didn't go in favor with the first goal, but since then, 3 in a row for them.
Hat-trick for Mom, and a lot of it has to do with rotational play and the positioning they put themselves in. Shots on target, draw a defender out, follow-up shot, again on target. And that's been the difference maker. The accuracy from Minnesota looking quite stellar. And it's crazy to think about, we haven't even said Rad's name once.
I know, Rad, come on, this man, I mean, I'm not sad, they're still in the lead, but I like being proven right sometimes. And right now I'm getting absolutely obliterated because he hasn't been as impactful, but that's a good sign. They don't need to rely on him unless it's OT. If it's overtime, it might be a different story because Rad has been the closer for Minnesota, but with a 2-goal lead, you're not even going to get yourself in a situation where you're looking at an overtime unless a wide open net is presented. It's not. Chez gets there in time. A corner shot wide, and still pressure trying to get put on from Indiana, but it's not enough.
Again, what looked like a wide open net was close out. The defense able to rotate through, find the answer to keep them down by 2.
All right.
It's been pretty good as they try to find a way to apply some sustained offense, a little bit more aggressive, which has actually been detrimental to them in the past. Keeping it one-dimensional, they just kind of go through the motions rather than creating some opportunities. Again, the Twins, their defense, someone we talked about. Top right, again, another off-the-wall shot. The accuracy has not quite been there, but a couple good looks. Just got to find one that does land. Still plenty of time to work with here, Turtle.
We are approaching Halloween, trying to impersonate top right Tommy, but unfortunately doesn't hit it. But this passing play could result in a shot. It's going to be from Tide. A flip reset backboard double tap would have been something juicy indeed, but it's going and sent down the other way. Let's see, Jax looking for anything off the sidewall. Minnesota, 1 minute and 14 left. You can just waste time, run the clock down. The first game in the grand finals should go in your favor. The boost does spawn for Big E. Could see a play develop as a result, but immediately met by Chez and Mom, who are running a training ground in the corner.
Big play by Ches. Talk about the importance of one touch. Again, a chance for this team to break out. It provides them a little bit of time to get a goal, but immediately that challenge Ches paired with 2 demos from Rad completely destroys any momentum that's going through. Player's going to be now finally responding only with 33 boost. Could be a problem as, again, no movement going into these challenges, so they are able to break out. So really good job here by IU, but without a shot, a goal, it's an infield pass. It's cut off on the rotation backwards. Ooh. Again, Mom doing everything she can to disrupt this offense.
Yeah, and Rad has actually looked a bit lost in rotation. There were 2 plays back-to-back where he hesitated. There was even a backflip moment, and then he went for another save. It was a double commit, but they're back on offense. This means that those 2 players can have Rad's back when he needs them most. 3 seconds remaining, and it's not enough time. Even if you get 1 to go, it doesn't happen. Minnesota take game 1, and they're that much closer at grabbing that 10K.
3 goals, all in favor of Mom. It's due to the positioning and the rotations that they've had. Really solid play there, but I do like the fact that even though the kind of off play from Rad was there, it was definitely something that you pointed out and noticed. Still getting involved, going for demos, opening up chances. Again, it's tough to kind of find your footing, but that doesn't mean you can't be useful on the field. So again, good all-around play from Minnesota, despite Indiana getting a lot of love from us before the series started.
And just think about what happens if Rad decides to step up to the level of play that we know he can. And it's the same situation for Indiana. Haven't seen too many sparks from them, and they are trying to ignite this fire. Will they be able to do it in game number 2? It is a difficult task with what we've seen so far out of Minnesota, but there have been offensive moves, offensive dynamics. And I mean, the first goal for game 1 did go in favor of Indiana. They weren't able to build upon it. Let's see if that changes.
100% Turtle again, put that right foot forward, put a shot like this, again high. It's numerous times where it's just a bit off the mark, and because of the defense of Minnesota, they haven't been able to sustain it immediately. A good shot off the crossbar, it's brought back the other way, and now they find themselves on defense. Positioning again from Ahmed in the midfield and bumped away, so tied, which looked like it could have been a follow-up. No longer involved, and Ches able to pick up the pieces. Into the corner, it's a demo, a soft touch, it's a wide open net, and there we go, Rad on the board.
I mean, this midfield defense from Minnesota is hard as nails. They are stopping every transition, every counterattack attempt, and then throwing the ball in the corner, hoping it gives them some kind of result, some kind of lane on the target, on the net, and they do, in fact, get it. 1 goal in favor of Minnesota. They picked up right where they left off.
Communication seems to be the name of the game here, Turtle. As again, calling off, you talk about that play in the corner. It's a demo, having to slow it down. And despite that, the pressure of a player looming in near post. Rad takes the time. Rad, it's actually a fake. It works out perfectly for Ches. 2-goal lead, Minnesota.
This is what we said. As soon as Rad gets more involved, imagine the type of damage they can do. Obliterating the defense. Rad is now at the forefront. He's making moves. He's dancing around the defense, in between the players, faking them out. And then another setup. Minnesota have come to play. And boy, oh boy, we've got a 3rd goal. Rad keeps getting involved.
I know it's only a minute and a half in, but that feels like a nail in the coffin. That's a statement piece from Rad. Talk about a fake. That one, without a doubt, uncertainty and putting that one in the back of the net. And as for Indiana, what do they do after this point? They're being beat in every facet of this game.
Honestly, I don't know. They don't have any transitions. They're getting smacked when it comes to these corners, which Minnesota are comfortable with. They want to throw this ball all the way into the corner, and then they're going to win a challenge. Now you've got Mom winning on the physical game, getting demos. A pass does come across, but nobody's there for Indiana. And we'll see if Rad can continue on his tear. He's been putting on a clinic, and it's lovely to see, but I want a series. I want a close game. Indiana, the ball is in your court. You have to make the adjustment. You have to make the play style change.
The team just a series ago had a 6-1 victory on their competition. We know they're fully capable, but again, we talk about the individual skill, the speed, the talent. But the ability to mix it up has been Minnesota's big importance. Again, we've seen high-flying aerials. We've seen infield passes, demo plays to open up goals. It is something different each and every time, which makes it so tough to read. And then you're pairing that with an incredible midfield. So slow play, Rad, dropping it underneath. Wow. It's going to be pinched over the outside, but they still have possession.
Bringing up that slow play, it's an important factor.
No,
They're mixing it up, Rad.
Gosh.
This is what I'm talking about. Rad just went for a slow play, tried to get a mind game, then he mixes it up on the offense and flies through, outpaces Big E, and's got a top right corner to take a stab at. It's accurate, it's on target, it's the 4th goal for Minnesota, and it might just be the 2nd game win.
Talked about Mom's hat trick in the first game, but showing that they can also give it up a little bit as well. I talked about that. Possession was still in their favor. How could they turn it in? Everybody gets drawn in, and then a full field cross.
Yeah.
Rad, though, still able to read that correctly, gets up early for it. So speed is being paired with the pace, not afraid to slow it down, go for those dribbles, create some space for themselves, and why not throw some demos as well? As it's technically a fake. I don't know if that one was intentional. Would have been a pass off the ceiling either way, but a 5-goal lead. We still got 2 minutes to go, Turtle.
Intentional or not, it doesn't change the fact that it was effective. 2 players from Indiana, question marks above their heads. They don't know what's happening. They don't know what they're witnessing. They're thrown out the window, thrown for a whirl. 5 goals in favor of Minnesota. And I'm not gonna lie, 5 goals, I'm normally the guy who's like, oh, anything's possible. But this does not feel possible at all.
So just like that too when you say it.
Yep.
Jokes aside, ever since that slam piece, Rad dropped it down. He's had a hat trick since that moment. Again, we talked about the involvement, what Mom can do. Now that Rad is getting more and more involved.
Make it 6.
Mom wants a little bit of the attention back on him.
Wow.
Either way, it's been all Minnesota trying to do it for the hometown squad here for the studio. Either way, got to find a way to get a put on the board. We talked about this as well in the last series we cast, that curse, the overlooming feeling of nothing we do is good enough. Nothing we do can break through this team. And with shots like this, although they're not on target, it doesn't matter. It kills so much time, and finding a way to break out is going to be the answer. The biggest focus here for Indiana, they have to get a point on the board.
And they're not going to be able to do that if they can't control the midfield boost. I've been paying attention to every single midfield boost that spawns. Look at that. Rad just took a midfield full boost pad. Somebody's going to rotate out. It's going to be Ches. He's going to find it. And what happens? They can get back on defense, find a shot. And as I'm saying that, it looked kind of scary. I got terrified for a second. But they're still taking midfield boost. There's another one in favor of Minnesota. They're starving on Indiana, who only have their own corners to work with. They can't push out forward. Nobody can be all the way downfield, cherry picking. Finally, Big E can take a boost, and let's see what happens. Nope, denied in the air. 24 seconds left. Minnesota are truly peaking. This is something we haven't seen from them all tournament long, and there's been some great plays out of all 3 players.
We talk about promises of teams, and one team in particular promised smoothies for every sweep they get in their scrims, but this isn't a scrim. This is a $10,000 match. Grand Finals of the Collegiate Contender Series. And as of right now, Minnesota looks unreal.
Well, Indiana, they're going to have to bring out the brooms. Hope, pray for a reverse sweep. This is all they have left. This is their only chance. Backs against the wall. No second lives. You've got to win 3 in a row against a fiery hot Minnesota.
13 shots to 4, if I read that correctly and did my math, which probably not the case, but it was a lot. That's what I'm basically trying to get at. You're talking about the offense. It's insane. We talk about, like, hey, great defense is this and that, but you know the best defense? One that doesn't even allow shots to happen, and that's exactly what Minnesota's doing.
The best defense is the one that doesn't have to play defense, because they barely played any of that, and it's because of the midfield presence, the midfield boost taking, winning 50-50s, throwing it into the corners. Let's see, game 3. Will that happen again? Minnesota, truly unbelievable, but of course Indiana, the experience, the previous results in this tournament alone are enough to make a difference, but maybe not, because Mom is going to continue to put them to bed, force them to take a nap. This is truly unworldly.
Again, another slow play in the corner. It's Rad setting it up. Awkward touch, slows it down, wins a 50. And in the first 8 seconds, maybe more.
It doesn't stop long.
As that one is just an onslaught, one after another as we take a peek as well. Don't forget, we got our 3rd, 4th place match going on at MSU. 3-0 sweep congratulations to them making quick work. Might see that over here as well, but again, congratulations to them. A third place spot has been clutched by Michigan State.
The work is definitely cut out for Indiana. They have had some good looks. They're on offense, and then the shot doesn't come through. It was wide open. It was in front of the net, off the crossbar, and down. What is going on?
The curse is
Indiana?
real, Turtle. The curse is real. You have a perfect shot. It drops down. You land on it, and you get a save.
I can't believe this.
Nothing they do goes in their favor. And after a certain point, you start to believe it. Either way,
Oh, my word.
they got to understand there's still plenty of time. It's only one goal. You have all the time in the world to play with as long as you keep this ball up. But they got to find a way to change something else. And this is when the chaos starts to happen. You start to see teams say, you know what? I'm just going to go for whatever. I'm going to play super aggressive. I'm going to go for a bunch of demos.
Yeah.
I just need to find my footing somehow.
Okay,
And
okay,
Ty
no
gonna pick
boost.
this out. Shots there, but sweeping through. Great defense by Mom.
For me, this second goal is so important, Lawler. Minnesota have a
100%.
chance to extend their lead, but Indiana, their mental has got to be in the gutters at this point. Destroyed in the first 2 games, okay? This second goal, tying it up, putting up a fight, it's necessary. They need it. They're running out of time. Money on the line, $10,000 at that. Everything needs to come to fruition. They've got to connect the puzzle pieces. Otherwise, they are getting sent home in the grand finals.
It's so tough, too. These games move so fast. It's such a rapid pace to slow it down, kind of break out of that tunnel vision, take a sigh of relief. If you don't get a goal, you never really get that break. It's just you're constantly under pressure. You're constantly trying to figure out, okay, what do we have to do? But there's no time to really think about it. You have to put it into action. So a demo on rotation by Ches. Most potential challenge by Mom. I think that could have been the one to put the nail in the coffin, but high flying aerial Ches yet again. We've been saying a lot about Rad and Mom, but Ches as well. Shutting a lot of these plays down, keeping them in it. Yeah, because it's a high flying touch. Probably going to be boomed back the other way. And honestly, maybe that's the answer. You can't find the good shots. You might as well just keep putting pressure on. And again, another save on the defense.
Rad, a tough touch. Nowhere near as strong as he wanted it to be on the clear. And I am, you know, this is a sign of life for Indiana. I think they've had way more offense than the first 2 games. They've been able to get out of their own half, which already is a step in the right direction. They're putting Minnesota in uncomfortable spots while they haven't gotten anything to prove for it or to show for it. At least they're having opportunities, and it's still within 1. Things are possible for Indiana.
Again, after what was an onslaught of shots, we've seen them quelled a little bit. You're starting to see a couple more chances and having to go for some high-flying aerials here from Minnesota. So again, I do agree with you. And as this clock ticks down, even more emphasis on that second goal. You think Minnesota puts another one away here? It's all but over. As for IU, still a chance. But on the back half, it's in the midfield. It's played into the inside of the decision for tied.
Okay, there's
to get it over, but again, nothing for free here. Minnesota's defense, again, right in the way, and they're gonna, again, be happy to just throw that one downfield. Towards men in the midfield by Jax, should have another one. It's over the top, 2 mistakes, and now this is all but over unless a big play there. He ends up, Weir's challenge, gets that 50. It was a one-on-one, an important one, but a wide open net and 52 seconds left. And a shutout for what feels like eternity for Indiana.
This is ridiculous. Minnesota have come out here and played the absolute best we've seen throughout the entire tournament. And this is the best time to be peaking. The grand finals. Minnesota are about to sweep in the grand finals up against the experienced Indiana University. Ches looking to make the difference. 3 goals now. They've got security. They've got the midfield presence. It's not as strong as the other games, but they still hold on, which proves they are the superior team today. And this might just be it. 25 seconds to go, Lawler. Everything needs to go perfectly for Indiana.
Final 15 seconds here. Collegiate Contender Series, $10,000 on the line.
Here we go.
It's been Mom and Rad, and why not one more potentially? Final 10 seconds. Needing a goal immediately, but with the offense that is showing from Minnesota, This could be all but over, and now just a formality as the ball hits the ground. And congratulations to Minnesota Twin Cities, your winners of the Collegiate Contender Series.
Emphatic end, a great victory, and honestly, exactly what the doctor ordered. The hometown team wins. Sometimes we live a Matt Christopher story.
10-1 in goal differential. You want to talk about a bludgeoning? That was rough.
As a dog would say.
They truly drained, they absorbed all of the life out of Indiana. I think it started with the midfield presence. They were able to lock it down, build the brick wall. We talk about building a brick wall in front of the goal line. These guys decided, okay, no, we're going to move that all the way forward into the midfield and not let them even get a boost pad, not even let them go to our half, and we're going to keep you here the first game, the second game, and then in the third game, we're going to go to cruise
control. You know how I know
control.
that game was insane?
How?
He didn't sit down once.
No,
he didn't have time.
I couldn't sit down.
He was like leaning over the desk asking for support because he wasn't.
Dude, I'm asking for support because Indiana needed some support. This highlight reel is just all
Mom can go over and
Minnesota.
take care of them. Maybe Mom can go and do her thing.
Yeah.
I mean, here was the crazy thing for me was throughout everything except for the grand finals, I sit here and I just look, and I think Indiana might have played the best Rocket League out of the entire weekend, no questions asked. Grand finals comes in and Minnesota's like, word.
They hurt us. They hurt us with the advantage given to Indiana. We're like, oh, Minnesota, they've got their work cut out for them.
It's exactly why we do it, though. You talk about, obviously, all of us have plenty of experience in this industry, but you never know what you're going to get.
Yep.
Rocket League is one of those games where we talk about how it's touted as the world's greatest esport. This is exactly why. You have favorites. You're the #1 seed overall. You've got one of the best records. You beat harder teams on the way here, but none of that matters. It's about how you show up on the field, and that, again, is just one after another.
You know what I'm excited for? I'm excited for Mom to call their mom and say, hey, I just won $10,000 in scholarship funds for our team through Rocket League.
Incredible. MSU is going to wind up winning the third place match as well. Gotta say, I knew that was going to happen.
Me too, because we did a match check-in.
Sick. Anyway, looking at the grand finals, for real, Minnesota, so cool to see the hometown team win here. Again, broadcasting from the Twin Cities.
Yes.
And so
the script has been written.
Yep.
We followed through, and Minnesota definitely picked up the phone. I am so happy. I mean, this is my first time casting College Rocket League, and it has been a whirlwind, a true roller coaster, up and down. There's a roller coaster near the event, first of all, and now there's a roller coaster happening, and what we just witnessed on our screens.
Well, so far, I think that this has been a pretty good Sunday. But the cherry on top is the fact that everyone that made it here has been in the money. Every single player that hit the field today will take home some money towards their scholastic education. And, of course, that means a little bit more than just the dollars and cents that it brings. It brings legitimacy. It brings vindication. It brings validation. A lot of stuff that we don't really talk about when it comes to the pro esports, because at the end of the day, we think it's dope, and that's what matters. But when you have to convince these institutions that have been around for 100+ years, how do you go ahead to some person who does not know what Rocket League is and say, hey, we invented a sport, and it's just as important as football, soccer, basketball? How do you convince them? By doing something like this.
I think we all have that similar story in some sort of way where over the course of the years of our history, whether it be, starting out in like middle school, high school, whatever it is, and being like, yes, I want to pursue this thing. I want to get into video games. And your parents are like, no, it's bad for your brain. It's melting your brain. Get outside, do this, that, which is still important. But seeing what it's become now and what it can lead to both on the career side, the ability to showcase like, hey, I did this thing. I went out, I competed, I built chemistry with my teammates. We did teamwork. We did all this bonding. There was practice, mental fortitude, like all the different steps and facets that go into being a competitive player. And then to finally have a way to summarize that with something that is tangible, cash. $10,000 is just a stamp of approval for everybody that everybody understands what that means. Yeah. And it's such a big deal. I absolutely love it.
Wonderful stuff and wonderful competition. Time to speak to a wonderful person. Congratulations on the victory. Thank you for joining us. We've got Mom on the line. Thank you so much. You got fans in the house as well, man. Grats on the win. I'll give you an easy one here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's an unreal feeling. You know, we came into this tournament with no expectations, and I'm very glad how it turned out.
No expectations. I mean, you guys have definitely been playing together. Talk to me a little bit about how long you guys have been playing and stuff.
So, can you repeat that? I got a little distracted.
Absolutely, man. No, I love the excitement. How long have you guys been playing? What kind of work do you guys put in to, become the team that you are?
Oh, we have been playing for a couple months now. We've had a little bit of a newer roster this season, and so we have 2 different leagues we play in. We have a replay every week. We have a scrim every week, and then on the weekends we got CRL qualifiers and stuff like this. So it's pretty busy for us, but it's good.
I don't want to get into too serious of questions just yet, but I have to ask, Mom, how did that? What's the story behind that username? I've been dying to know all weekend.
I used to go by Donut King 111 back in the day.
Okay, classic.
But we were playing a video game called Rust, and we were all changing up our names. We didn't want our neighbors to know it was us who were rating them, so we changed our names to family names. And it's kind of stuck since then. I've probably had this name for 6 or 7 years at this point.
Oh man,
love that.
Absolute class. And you guys were obviously up against Indiana University, who have a lot of experience as a team. Historically, the #1 seed. You guys were the 5th seed. What was the strategy coming into the grand finals? Were you guys thinking, okay, we know how we want to play, we're not going to try and change things? Or was there a specific plan put into motion up against Indiana?
This Big Ten tournament is super competitive. Any team can get just as far as the other in the top 8. And so we weren't exactly planning on playing Indiana in the finals. So we were pretty much just focused on ourselves, tight rotations, fast, we're always on the ball. So.
Now, you guys obviously, listen, in order to win, you got to think you can win for sure. But at what moment during the tournament did you guys feel like, you know what, we might be able to do the whole damn thing?
I mean, we were keeping it one game at a time, but I'll say after we kind of steamrolled Indiana in game 1 or 2, it was feeling pretty good.
Absolutely.
Talking about the organization itself, obviously you guys, production, entirely student ran, graphics, broadcast, all that kind of stuff. You guys also have a program, 10 competitive teams it says, with 38 total players. Like, you guys got a pretty sizable thing going on there. But even with that, a $10,000 win, some validity to it, you've got the hardware now. Like, what does that do for your organization? Like, what are kind of the next steps for you guys now that you've shown, like, yeah, we are kind of that team. We're that guy.
I'd say our next steps, I mean, we're right now we're pretty much just a club with some light affiliation from the school, and so having a Big Ten championship on our back is pretty good when we're bringing it up to higher ups at the university and becoming more of an integrated sport. So.
Yeah, and you talk about bringing it up to the higher ups of the university. What about your own mom? Like, what's the parent situation support like here? I mean, you're going to go ahead and obviously tell them about it. Does this obviously help and validate it? And what are the feelings like winning this type of prize pool moving forward?
The feelings are great. My parents have supported me the entire way. In fact, you might have heard them there yesterday, cheering on. I remember that one goal against Rad scored the double tap. So, yeah, those were my parents there. So,
oh, that's amazing.
Awesome.
It's always felt valid with them, but never more than now.
I want to know what it's like, hanging out. You're at school on campus. What kind of is it cool to be in the Rocket League club?
Oh yeah, definitely cool. Our school hooked us up with some athlete backpacks and stuff like that. So the other students on campus, they know that we're athletes, and so I get asked questions by other students, and it's always positive.
That's so cool.
Yeah, what's that kind of narrative like? Because obviously I've been out of school for quite a while. So was F. Turtle. He was there probably yesterday. But jokes aside. The narrative, like when we were in school, gaming wasn't the cool thing. It wasn't the thing that you wanted to be known for because it got you bullied and stuff like that. And ever since I've started doing like motivational speaking and stuff, that narrative has changed. Pop culture, all that kind of stuff. Being a nerd, a geek is the in thing. So for you guys being able to talk about that and educate others, like what those conversations kind of become, I'm interested to see your take from it because you're living it, you're breathing it. It's your everyday life.
I mean, I could say that I definitely have seen a change throughout the years. When I first started playing, I was like at a smaller town, and it was maybe, a little more unorthodox to be the gamer nerd. But now I'm at the University of Minnesota, and people are always positive. It's just like people see my backpack and they're like, "Oh, what game do you play?" I'm like, "I play Rocket League." It's like, "Oh, D1 athlete here," and so it's respected.
That's
I
so
like
cool.
it.
That is wild to think about, the entire transition from T-sport to e-sport, so to speak. And, I want to ask, do you feel a weight on your shoulders? Do you feel a responsibility being this torchbearer, or are you just kind of a dude that plays Rocket League?
I would say that, I've been on this team since my freshman year. I've been playing for the gold roster this whole time, and I'd say that definitely at the start there was a lot of pressure, and I think we could have had better results if it wasn't for that pressure. But like I said, I've been playing for 3 years for this university, so I became a lot more accustomed to it. And I think that is part of the reason why we won today. We handled the pressure much better than the other teams.
Well, you're a fantastic representation, not just for your campus, but for, I think, collegiate esports at large.
100%.
Congratulations on the well-earned victory. I hope you guys get to celebrate, and of course, you earned the right to the floor, man. Any shout-outs or anything you want to say to the fans at home?
Thanks for having me, guys. First off, I really appreciate the production. Obviously, I'd like to thank my parents. They drove up to Minnesota. We're from central Wisconsin, so they're here in Minnesota. Drove up to the studio there and cheered me on. I'd also like to thank my girlfriend, of course, and my teammates as well for putting in as much work as I am and dealing with me.
Well, again, thank you so much. Congratulations on the victory. Go take a load off. Go hang out, man. You've earned it.
Thank you, guys.
Nice guy.
Wow.
Very nice guy.
Nice guy.
Just good vibes.
With the name of
facts.
Mom, how can you not, There's got to be a story behind it. Of course it comes from Rust.
Man, it's hard not to,
It's too wholesome.
feel a little something
It's too
when you have
wholesome.
these conversations.
Right.
Seeing this, quite literal passing of the torch. Like he said, listen, we're D1 players, and the school starting to recognize it and seeing, the jump with. I hosted the CRL for a number of years. That's the premier collegiate Rocket League tournament series, and seeing schools like Alabama, LSU provide their players with a space to play, computers to play on, and get treated like traditional athletes, and then see these schools that are still having to kind of prove their worth, so to speak, and it's happening. We are watching an industry, a sport, a tradition grow in front of us, and it's these people that are starting it. It's these players that are the movers and shakers, quite literally pouring the concrete of the foundation for players in front of them.
Yeah, I think it makes such a big deal. Obviously, we've been able to see many different facets of it between you doing the collegiate RL, I'm doing CECC championships down in Atlanta, your hometown and everything where you're at right now. And seeing that kind of development and then being able to share that with Turtle and see his experience coming through here and kind of the evolution of it. You look at it from a first-hand experience and you look at what collegiate esports and traditional sports have been over the years, and you're starting to see those layers start to build, people becoming more accepting. But it takes people like Mom, his team, his story, to advocate for it and get more eyes on it. So I guess from your perspective, Turtle, obviously this is a little bit newer to you. What's your experience been, if you want to kind of share about the situation?
I think for me, you kind of come into an event like this thinking, okay, this is going to be a little bit lower level Rocket League. Maybe we'll see something cool. And for the most part, when you're a fan of the video game, you just want to see the coolest plays. But you come into a tournament like this where there's teams representing schools, and while it might not be the craziest mechanics, the best of the best, there's a different type of meaning whenever a team like this wins. A team at the top league might win, and you're thinking, okay, they're just the best of the best. They're not representing a school. They're not representing a tradition. They're not representing a new age here for school, for opportunities, for scholarships. And the fact that we have platforms now, we have tournaments like this where we can give these students a catapult, a launching pad to further their education, further their careers, and they're doing something they love. It's the culmination of a lot of passion, a lot of love, and a lot of unique traditions that are being started. And I've got to witness it. I'm a big fan now, and now I understand the value and the worth of college esports.
I mean, we look at what's going on here today and talk about like bringing validation and validation to schools and such. Some of the more established schools out here offer. There are players in the Collegiate Rocket League series that have full rides to their school, get a free degree because they play Rocket League.
Yep.
When we hear that with basketball and football, we say, yeah, sure, that's what it is. But to see that with Rocket League, to see that become something normal is phenomenal.
Yeah, I think it's kind of that shifting of the guard. It's something, like I said, I talked about it, like it's not going anywhere. And rightfully so. It is, again, people who are very talented at what they do at a high level, performing for entertainment. And again, we can't say it enough. Thank you to Wisdom and everybody else putting it on and bringing us out here. Being able to experience, be part of that journey is something that I will always be appreciative of. To share it with you guys as well is always a fantastic time, as well as production and everybody working. We talk about how it takes a village to make these things happen.
Truly.
The amount of people behind the scenes, behind the cameras, everything else. I mean, heck, Raul's off camera taking photos of us right now doing his job, even though we've already got 3 more on us. Like, it's insane. Like, hey, don't floss, man. What are you doing? but yeah, it's insane to know what all goes into it. And then you also talk about the players, the universities, the staff over there, and it keeps trickling down. It's awesome to be a part of. Love what I do.
Yeah, we're all here because of the pursuit of passion, and the players are absolutely writing a wonderful story, and we get a chance to disseminate and translate for everybody at home. So because of that, I want to thank you guys for tuning in and helping each one of these players reach their dreams, achieve something higher, allowing us to kind of live our dream as well. And shout outs to everyone that has come through to work together to make something great. That said, it's the end of the weekend. A fantastic time here live from Wisdom Studios. Thank you for everyone for tuning in, for helping us put together a show. And at the end of the day, love and Rocket League. We'll catch you next time, folks. It's the end of the Collegiate Contender series. Peace and much love to you.